Welcome, everyone. To another week of bad decisions. Hopefully, you made a good decision being here with us. Everyone is here with us tonight. Thank you all for being here. And let's go ahead and recap a little bit of last session and all the tiny horse problems that we had. Last session, you guys had finally gotten into the actual full-on port city. And were immediately not accosted, but welcomed by some of the more militaristic individuals of this town. With the cargo that you guys had brought in and delivered to the correct people, oh my god, I'm forgetting his name right now.
The captain?
Oh, Captain, my captain, yes. I don't have that note page.
Ka.
Ka. Okay, I'm going with
Captain
it.
Ka.
Yeah, it was Ka.
He being very excited and elated at the fact that this cargo had returned back to the Oblong Kingdom, was ready to shower not only Trevor but the rest of you guys with as much. Technically, he was ready to shower you guys with a shit ton of money and gifts. But instead, Trevor decided to use this and deepen a connection and possibly do some more work for the Aphrodor of this port town itself. So, after a quick jaunt through the town in which the captain told you guys of the different shops, buildings, and attractions of the town, though not many were listening besides Trevor, you all got to meet with the Aphrodor, in which Trevor made sure that you guys were in the same room with him for. And after a quick conversation, saddled up a new job to take the aforementioned cargo down to the archipelago on a bit of a stealthier mission. Excuse me, I had a cough. So with that, it was accepted. And because of the situation, not only with the ship needing repairs from the Kraken attack, and the undead hordes of pirates that you might be fighting on the waters, because also taking this job, they decided to not only repair but refit the ship that you guys are on to hopefully bolster not only defensive capabilities but offensive and survivability. After the minute details were discussed a little bit between those in charge, you knew that you'd be staying here for at least a few days while the ship got repaired and refitted, and so you were allowed to go shopping, as you guys love to do. Most of you, at least. Go shopping, especially for the possibility of a longer on-the-water excursion down to the archipelago. And I can't remember, were you guys told of anything that might be happening when you get to the archipelago?
There was at least some vague hints that we might have to go in the water.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, a slight bit of alluding was...
Yes, there was a breathing issue.
Yeah. Slight bit of alluding to the fact that, yes, you will probably have to go underwater for at least a part of your excursion. So to prepare for that, in case others needed to equip themselves differently. But, nevertheless, after some shopping, you guys were then taken to the most luxurious of inns in this town, the Tiny Horse Inn. And it was there that the rest of the session spiraled quickly into what do these tiny horses do? These tiny horses are the best thing in the world. Oh my god, tiny horse, tiny horse, tiny horse, tiny horse. And so...
Yeah, so? Tiny horse?
Tiny horse.
I still say it needs to be a franchise.
Yes, there was plenty of talk about different things for Tiny Horse, but nevertheless, the few days of you guys staying in the town ultimately came to an end, as the ship repairs and retrofits were eventually done in a little over 4 days, and we ended last session with you guys just about to board, and then actually you guys did board, and you guys are now sailing out of the port, heading towards the archipelago.
Did I get a reply?
You did not get a reply in time.
All right.
So, with that,
We're gonna end you this bitch and sail away, sail away.
come sail away. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by the.
Sorry. After dark, yeah, it's rough.
Yep. All right. Anyway. So, with this, I've changed the. One thing I picked up from Eric was changing the distance thing so you guys can see how long
Oh shit!
it's actually going to take you to do it.
That's cool.
Nice.
It's gonna take us forever, ever.
And this is regular.
Forever.
This is regular sailing days. So this is actually going to be halved with your guys' ship
Why?
because this is set up for like galleon ship speed, not.
Right, but I
smaller.
thought we were faster than most ships.
Exactly. That's why I said yours is going to be.
Oh,
Half.
sorry, halved. Sorry, not doubled.
We've halved the
Boom.
time.
But we also just got equipped with a whole bunch of guns and stuff, so...
You guys picked up 2 more guns, but not more ammo.
Okay.
All right,
So 15 days-ish?
Yep, somewhere
Fingers
between
crossed.
right around. Let's call it 2 weeks, because each week is 8 days.
Mm-hmm.
I know we talked about this with Group 1, but for you guys, I don't know if we.
Lingo?
What was that?
Each week is 8 days?
In this
Yeah.
world, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just checking.
Yep.
It was not made obvious, so it wasn't your fault.
I know we had talked about it with Group 1, but I'm not sure if I confirmed it with you guys or not. When it comes to traveling, did we decide on a brick amount of time that we want to roll for?
No, we did not.
Okay.
So should we stick with 3 days at a time?
Well, maybe let everybody else in on what we're talking
I'm sorry,
about.
so Group 1 did 3 days at a time. But it just
So,
depends on
like,
what you
every
guys
3
want to
days
do.
we, like, get to talk
We
to
roll
each
for
other,
every
or-
3 days, yeah.
We
because
can talk
the
to
way
each other
that
as
works
much as we
it-
want.
The longer the time period for rolls, the more extreme the actual result is. So if it's something bad, it's going to be really bad.
You know, the more modular part of my brain, as far as like keeping track of what day it is, would really prefer if we at minimum go for the half week or 4 days.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would
group
make more sense.
Group 1's a little bit more
But-
different because they're traveling over land. So
Yeah.
their ability to run into stuff is a little bit different than.
So every 4 days?
I'm down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
It's just a lot easier to keep track of weeks if
Sure, yeah.
All right. So with that, 4 days. Who wants to make the first roll?
Can I do it?
Wow, Chadra.
It's not a
You
D20.
didn't even
though.
say it was a D20. It could have been a D12.
Well, then it's less than 12, so it's still an 8.
It was actually a
he just
D8.
wanted to make sure Valis didn't jump on it.
Listen,
People
I'm,
have a turn
I'm
eventually.
eager. I haven't you
What was it?
laptop and
What was the dice supposed to be?
It's a D8.
Okay, well, it's an 8 then.
You. Roll it again. Roll the
Okay, I'll roll.
fucking D8.
There you go. 6.
There you go.
I just wanted, like I said, I just wanted to make sure Valis didn't get 2.
Damn it.
I heard him like calling it ahead of time, and I was like, I've got it loaded.
My finger's fucking hovering.
Do you need a secondary roll, sir?
Not for this one.
Okay, just making sure.
Because I had the dice ready. I was.
I was
gonna
also,
roll it.
hey, let other people have a chance.
All right.
It's either gonna be me or Polly.
Lorona's got it.
Rolled 2. Hold on.
Anybody that's not Valis can
Wait.
roll.
I did 2d8. What are we? Is that did I do it right or
There's
did I
no
do it wrong?
secondary roll. Not yet, at least.
We're all just rolling to roll at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, with this one, as the travel gets underway, and we get about here. The morning of the 4th day, there ends up being this almost lurching to the ship. Now remember, when you guys got repaired and retrofitted, a layer of iron had gotten banded to large swaths of your ship. And though initially Trevor had an interesting time learning how to maneuver the ship as deftly as he used to be able to with this new weight, he eventually got the hang of it. Unfortunately, this morning, as the ship lurches forward, there's a moment where the sails are hoisted to bring the ship to a stall and everything gets checked out. You end up finding that the entire back paneling from the back quarter of the ship has fallen off
No.
and is now probably somewhere at the bottom of that portion of the ocean.
Sorry, what fell off?
The
Part
iron
of the metal.
banding that was on the back part of the ship.
Oh,
Didn't notice that the last 3 days?
No, it just fell off.
Oh, we suck balls.
No, it just fell off.
Just,
It's gonna end up taking Trevor and the crew the rest of today to work on the ship, make sure that the other portions of the armor are well sealed up against the ship. They're gonna have to seal the joint where the metal was connected to one another, and Trevor's then gonna have to take the ship in a little bit of a figure 8 pattern for a bit to see how she handles.
would Chadra help?
So, not really. This isn't mechanical in nature. This is a mixture of carpentry and smithing.
Can some of us help? Like, just...
Are any of you guys proficient
fuzzy,
in
fuzzy?
carpentry or smithing?
Smith's tools.
Smithing?
I mean, isn't that the same thing?
Well, she's
I was gonna
No,
say.
I'm just playing.
yeah, she's proficient more in like, you know, bending a barrel and fixing stuff like that, not like full on deck plating.
I'm proficient in hammering things to death.
Well, the only part of the carpentry and everything, like I said, it's more about making sure that it's connected and on properly.
I know.
There
I'm
is
just hoping
no
that we
way
can
to
help
assist.
some.
There's no way to assist.
Okay.
Oh,
I feel bad now.
you lose a day of travel.
Good job, Chadra. Good job.
Yep.
Next, roll d6.
Got it.
roll a d6. Everyone?
No,
One.
just one person.
1.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
All right.
And Loretta, just so you know, because it's Val, if it's super low or super high, doesn't mean it's super bad or super good. He mixes things up to make us guess the entire time.
Valis, go ahead and roll me a d10.
Oh shit. Never mind.
I mean, really, your base assumption for like any roll should just assume that there's an associated table where the numbers don't really mean anything.
It's all made up, and the points don't matter.
Ta-da.
All right. Okay. Just before sunset on the fourth day of travel, there's right when like the purples are really starting to outshine, or not outshine, but overtake the oranges in the sky. This is the point where those who are on watch for the ship's crew will start to light lanterns to keep the deck lit. When all of a sudden, as they're doing so, a single lantern lights on the horizon. If you had to guess from the size of the light itself, probably 1,500, 1,600 feet. Directly in the path that you guys are going. Valis, you are on deck during this time, and you see it.
Oh shit! I'm gonna go get everyone and make sure I tell the watch. Is there a watch like commander,
I mean,
Captain?
or is that me?
no, it's either there's not a watch captain. It's just more of you can either tell the person who's up in the crow's nest, or you can tell the person who's steering the ship, which is either Trevor or Mum.
I'll go tell who's steering the ship.
Okay, right now it is Mum. The
Yeah.
hefty, big dragonborn woman.
Yep, I'll tell her about the light in the distance.
Okay. As you go to tell her, she'll tell the lamplighter on deck to douse all lamps up front, except for the two that are behind her, so she can see. She'll tell you to go knock on Trevor's door and get him up here for either a parlay or a battle.
And I will do it quickly.
All right. Jumping down below deck, going over to the captain's little section, you find Trevor. He's awake, and he's currently eating a bowl of something, whatever is there for dinner tonight. You tell him the line that Mum had told you. He quickly gets up and puts on his above-deck shoes and follows behind you. Goodness, who is eating their mic? And follows up
Was it
behind.
on?
I think it is.
I think so, yeah.
Follows up behind you and gets up with Mum. By the time that he actually arrives, even though you've gone to half sail and slowed down a little bit, it seems that the light that is coming towards is either at a steady clip towards you guys, has either sped up. Whatever the case may be, the light, when it was first observed and the speed that it was moving towards the ship, hasn't changed, even though you guys have slowed down. Mum relays this information to Trevor. Trevor's tells the crew to man the front guns, and for the guy in the crow's nest to fire 2 flares over the port side.
I will go and man one of the front guns.
All right. Port or starboard?
Or
Okay.
wait, that's yeah.
That's left, yes. All right. So, the first flare, then the second flare gets shot over the port side. And at this point, all masts get raised. The lights, which had been basically steaming directly towards the ship, and by this time the rest of you have heard the 2 flares go off and the flurry of commotion of feet on top deck.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 flares go off, and there's that moment where the light, which is going directly at the ship, slightly veers to your port side. Valis, you at the front swivel gun, aiming in the direction of the ship that's approaching. As you do see, it is a ship with technically 2 lamps on it, but from the angle that it was going directly at you guys, you can only see one. There's one lamp at the front and one lamp directly above where... oh my god, I'm forgetting what the fucking word for the wheel is. But the wheel.
The wheel.
The wheel.
The steering one.
Yep.
The wheel on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
The helm?
There we go, thank you. As the ship pulls up beside your guys' ship, and the hostilities of all those that are currently on top deck, some holding weapons, others just looking as fierce as they can, while others more curious, mainly Valis' face. You come across what seems to be a very small, skinny, you could assume it for a fishing boat of some sort. It's definitely no cargo boat, it's definitely no war boat. But as the ship pulls up, you don't see anyone on board.
Ew.
Raggy.
And it definitely was moving earlier. Like, it had speed to it. And then as it approached, it slowed and slowed and slowed. And as the ship gets to besides your ship, it almost comes to a complete stop.
Turn on, Jen. Wait, we can't do that. Take it.
Trevor will walk to the edge. You're starting to hear whispers between some of the crew. Ghost ship. Lost crew.
Duh.
Trevor puts his hand into his pocket, takes out a few coins, tosses them over the side of the ship onto the deck of the other ship, and just yells out to the boat itself. Says, "May you all have a safe travel and pay your way." There's a moment of quiet, and the ship slowly pulls away from yours, picks up speed and disappears. The lamps eventually,
Well, that was creepy.
Snuffing out. Trevor and Mom have a quick conversation, and murmuring happens between a bit more of the crew as they start to stand down from battle stations and go more to the situation beforehand. After Trevor's done talking to Mom, you'll turn around and see that a majority of people are still out and mulling above deck. Yeah. Alright, that's enough. Everyone, get back. Finish your meals. Get ready for sleep.
I'm gonna walk up and go, was that a drill?
Who are you asking that of?
Trevor.
You're asking Trevor if that was a drill? He's gonna look at you with a weird look on his face and just be like, "No, it was not a drill. I did not coordinate that. I think you've been out in the sun too long. You might need a bit more sleep. Why don't you catch a few extra hours tonight?"
starts bringing his head over to Valus's former question mark head wound. Just like, maybe it did do extra damage.
There we go. Sorry.
What was that?
Trevor already left.
Well, couple of extra hours of sleep.
Twunk and Lorona, give me perception checks.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. So both of you would have picked up a little bit of, as you guys all have, gone back down under deck and mingling around. It's a much smaller ship than you guys are used to, so there's definitely a lot more being in each other's space. Listening to some subconscious listening to the crew as they're speaking with one another. Some are trying to be quiet, and that might be freaking your ears to, unconsciously listen in a little bit. But you hear them talk about the possibility of hitchhikers that might have jumped on board. The fact that the ghost ships like that are only around when are only seen and interacted with when something bad's about to happen. And they're definitely a forewarning of things to come. And that basically this voyage is doomed. And that being a very bad omen to see so early on in your guys' trip here. That's as much as both of you hear, but Twonky hear a little bit more, saying that the sheer fact that you're seeing that after the Kraken means that the Kraken wasn't anything compared to what you're about to enter into. And whether or not Trevor's in the right headspace to do what needs to be done if we get into that situation. Now, the other crew member that he's talking to kind of knocks it out of him. Be like, if anyone can handle it, it's going to be Trevor, but he agrees that it is not a good sign. Conversation just sort of ends up petering out before they just go back to eating dinner and getting ready for bed.
Well, Twunk knows who he's not telling because
So, who wants to roll the next one?
Anyone?
I might as well roll it because I'm getting the impression here nobody wants to be responsible for the whatever bad happens after this one.
We still have, I don't know, half as many days, so.
Same D8 or
This one is going to be a D10. And actually, I've been doing this wrong. So.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we're halfway. Yeah, we're only 4 days in.
Yeah.
wait, wouldn't it be 8 days in since that was 2 rolls or?
Hold on.
Well,
Yeah.
we should have, but
I know.
he
I'm
was
fixing it now.
counting. Yeah.
We're also a day behind schedule because of my roll.
Oh, right. So 9 days.
Yeah, he was counting
But
the
now
normal
15-day
4
trip.
days, and we're moving twice as fast, so. There we go. Yay!
Or sorry, 17.
All right. A 3. 3. Okay. Someone roll me a D2.
I got it. There's no D2 on here. Never mind. So
Yeah.
D4 halved 2.
Okay, that's one way to do it. All right. Roll another D2, another D4 for me.
Got it. 3.
All right. So, again, at night, and this is going to put us another... Boop.
Over halfway there.
This time, no more oranges in the sky. The purple has made way to the dark blacks of the night. And decently late into it. 8, 9 o'clock at night. All those that are sleeping, which we'll say that half of you guys stay awake during the day, half of you at night. Those with night vision would probably be the night timers.
Mm-hmm.
But since
That's everyone but me.
yeah, I was gonna say since that's everybody but Tamperley, who would Tamperley be able to stomach during the day? Which means
I can stomach pretty much anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody if I don't want to.
So you're volunteering to spend day shift with Malice.
I don't mind. I honestly don't.
if anything,
Night shift.
Shadra would probably be daytime just so she can see further out for her gun if something was to happen.
Okay.
So, Tam and Shadra are daytime, and then you three are at night.
Gave Allison twunk time. Joking.
As you
And Lorona.
guys are spending time, go ahead and each one of you roll me a d6. Lorona, Twunk, and Valis.
Yeah.
Woohoo. It's so fast now. I love it.
So, Twunk and Lorona are down in the hold, and Valis, you are above deck. There's a moment where it's calm, it's quiet. All in all, there are 6 lanterns on your guys' ship. 2 at the front, 2 at the back, and 1 along each mast. And then there's a moment where each lantern on the mast goes out, one after the other. Boop, boom. And shortly after that, the 2 lanterns at the front go out, and the 2 at the back go out.
Not by anyone's doing.
Nope.
I'm
Mum is kind of like... Everyone goes quiet and is looking around. There's the sound of creaking. It's almost as if someone is like walking on the floor above you, but obviously there is no above you. You guys are on top of the deck. But that's how loud the creaking gets. And then it ends up sounding like heavy masts are creaking. Sassy, can you mute yourself?
Sorry.
Those clicky clacks. Then it sounds like masts that are creaking. Heavy, large masts of ships. And then, almost coming out of the darkness as if apparating in front of you. On either side of your ship. Large sides of galleons or something of the size. seem to appear out of the darkness surrounding you. So close that there's fear of your ship getting squashed in between the two. And as it does so, and you guys are in the very middle of these two ships that are going in the opposite direction of you, but are currently have you caught in this little almost tidal pool of water chum in between the two. There's a moment where you see all the gun ports open from both ships. I need Valis, you need to make a con saving throw. And I need to make a few for different...
Oh no. Oh no.
There are currently 7 crew members. And Mum up here. That's a fail.
Yeah,
Valis.
oh no.
Mum's first. The succeed for Mum. Let me get this first. Alright. So, succeed. Fail. Succeed. Succeed.
Why do I have a feeling that me and a couple of crew members are about to get dragged to Davy Jones' locker?
Fail.
I mean,
Succeed. Fail. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4 fails out of the crew. As these portholes open up, and then cannons make their exit from each of these holes, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 all the cannons start to go off. Valis, you are deaf. Not deafened, deaf.
I am deaf.
Yes.
It permanent.
For now, yes. You had about 48 cannons go off. Pretty much above your head. So, it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. My ears are bleeding.
But not only you, 4 other crewmates also are suffering from the same situation. That just means that you guys cannot receive any verbal orders right now.
does that wake the rest of us up, or is it just...
Nope.
Okay. You just gotta be there.
So the cannons go off and splintering of wood starts flying through the air. At first, just the concussive blast of all these cannons going off has not only got you holding your ears, or now for the sake of what they're actually good for, holes in the side of your heads. The splintering of wood smashing across your body's face, the deck, the air above. You feel sorry for the person that's up in the crow's nest who is at cannon height. As you're not sure if they made it. But not only that, but blood starts to splatter and cascade over your guys' ship specifically, as large chunks of ship are now blown open on either side, and there is this brief period of time after the cannons initially go off that the ships seem to finish doing their listing from all the cannon fire and then kind of rock back into one another. And as that happens, the salt water and the blood and such from inside each of those ships seems to slosh down and wash upon the deck. So all of you guys need to make deck saving throws as well. I mean, just Valis, but all the crew members up here need to make it. And Valis, you have it at disadvantage because you're currently don't have an inner ear. So that's a success.
God.
All right. So you have all right. Success. Fail. Success. Success.
That's a 6.
Success.
Is a 6
I'll get
a
to you. I
succeed?
gotta roll 8 times, and some of them have disadvantage. Give me a moment.
Well,
Fail. What do you think?
I already know.
Fail.
Actually, this is this is
Success.
reverse blackjack rules, where if you roll lower, you actually succeed.
Hey, and you know, I mean, and you know, Val's the DM.
So you
I don't know. Okay.
Yuna and 3 others. As your guys' ship is starting to rock heavily in the water, and the blood and water mixture starts to cascade upon the deck, you guys are having a hard time finding your footing, and you and a few others slip and slide and slam into the sides of the ships themselves, not falling into the water, but not being able to stand and really take part in anything right now. Mum is shouting orders, but you can't hear anything. You see her pointing and directing things as she's trying to hold onto the wheel at the same time. Twunk and Lorona, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be going, what?
I still do not understand the concept of these crazy 8s.
Lorona, you hear a heavy thud above you. Nothing out of the ordinary. But usually at night, people tend to try and not move too much heavy stuff around for those that are sleeping. But it's nothing immediately out of the ordinary. And Twunk is having an interesting Crazy Eights card game with one of the other crew members. You kind of get interested, though, in what might be going on. And you start to head up towards the top deck. As far as what's going on up top for you, Valis, and the rest of the crew up here, there's a moment where your guys' ship continues forward, getting out of the little riptide created between these two massive ships that end up eventually going past you. And as you guys are floating there, the ship no longer violently casting from side to side, there's now a much larger ship that is looming directly in front of you guys, making a... It's like looking at a cruise liner when you're on a paddle boat.
Oh,
This giant ship heading directly for you, where you can see the figurehead of the ship itself. It is a woman, but she's got 6 arms, and each hand is holding a different weapon. Lorona, you pop your head above deck. You see Valis currently lying on the deck, not making a sound, though his mouth is open wide, and he's pointing up at something into the sky. Nothing there. You see a couple other crew members are currently writhing around on the deck as well. You see Mum, who's at the helm. She's looks like she's barking orders, but you don't hear a word coming out of her mouth. She points down at you as you pop your head up, says something to you, and then goes back to yelling at other people, or looks like she's yelling at other people on the deck. And a couple other crew members are... some are trying to help their crew that had fallen. Others are trying to still do their job, even though the masts are completely rolled up right now. It's this weird, silent...
Pantomime?
Yeah, not so much pantomime, just this silent show going on. Lorana? She might need to quit and rejoin. There she goes. Is she back?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Can she go down and wake everyone up?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what she wants to do then.
As soon as you go back down the steps, you hear, "Oh, get the fuck on the line!" And all these voices start screaming and yelling from above deck. Twunk, go ahead and make a con save.
Oh no.
From the quietness that was happening beforehand, and then all of a sudden, all these people screaming at once, and you holding these cards in your hand, you kind of jump up in the air and drop your cards in front of you. Just like, holy shit! So does the person that's playing with you. As even though Battle Stations isn't being called, the amount of screaming and yelling that's going on, everyone's waking up now and running to the top of the deck. As you guys get up there, Lorona, Twunk, you guys will be the first ones from your group to get up there and head over to Valis. Valis is speaking very loud, and is telling you that he cannot hear you. Did you see the ships? I can't hear you. Stop trying to talk to me. I can't hear you.
And Twonk just put the mage hand over Valis's mouth.
It only works for 10 pounds, and you know Valis's mouth can handle more than 10 pounds.
Giggity.
Wow.
Yep.
Giggity.
You know what? If he's just gonna keep talking, like Twunk is going to like
You didn't
to
hear
slash him on the face. On.
Yeah, so bitch slap with claws.
That's totally necessary.
Yeah.
You're literally screaming in his face with your powerful mouth.
Such power in that mouth.
Is there anything we can do to help his ears?
Looking at them right now, go ahead and make a medicine check. You're seeing a good amount of blood pouring out from his ears, as well as a little bit of white liquid.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So there's a good
Is there
chance that
anything we can do?
good chance there's nothing that you can physically do to help him right now. It's always head trauma with Valis.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, since he's screaming about something, It's like Twunk is going to like, well, I guess since he did mention a ship, just like Twunk is going to
Like
look around to see if there
cannons.
is one.
Make a perception
I'm
check.
By the way, are the lamps still out?
Yes.
You know what? Twunk is going to do a 2-for-1 here because it's a bit too dark. It's like Twunk is going to adopt the form of the dragon as he's making this check.
Okay.
So he has a little bit of like a of 10 feet of light around him, and then there's the check.
Yep. Looking around, you don't see any ships. With not only what he's yelling about, but what some of the others are yelling about, and then those that aren't deaf are talking about. Ships that were fighting, you didn't hear them. So much blood. None of that is showing in anything that you're seeing around you.
So we don't see all the wreckage and stuff.
Nope.
Crazy.
Do I still see the wreckage?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
So is everyone all better? Like,
Nope.
or are people still hurt?
Yeah, people are still deaf.
Okay.
Is Twunk getting the impression that in some fashion or another this crew had been charmed by something?
At this point in time right now, there's you as the player is you as the character. You can make as much inference as you know. Because there's people there to give apt accounts of everything that they saw, so you can get basically a word-for-word rendition of how I explained what happened. You could get from them. So it's more of make your own conclusions at this point.
Okay. Well, at the very least, then you know what? Valis is too loud. Twunk is going to go to one of the other injured crew members, specifically like the ones suffering hearing damage, and trying to see if there's like anything that he can do, or anything that he could do at a later time.
Right. Well, I'm sure Lorona would have pointed out the bleeding and the clear white liquid from the ears. So you do know that it's like past full-on ruptured eardrum, but like all the way down to probably like inner cochlear damage. So you can give some healing out and it could start the process, but it's whether or not their healing is going to come fully back is more on each person's individual biology and how fucked up they got.
All right. You know what? It's Twunk is at the very least mostly just to make the bleeding stop. It's like Twunk is going to, or like, and possibly deal with like some of the damage. Well, actually, would this be a situation where like where magically healing them might actually like make it worse, or?
You're not entirely. You've been with them long enough to know that they aren't adventurers. So they don't possess the same sort of reception to healing as adventurers tend to. So they might not get as much of the healing as if you were to try and focus this on Valis, for example. So it's one of my ways of differentiating civilians from adventurers. Is those that'll get the full effect from healing magically. So you can give it to them, but if you want it to be as beneficial as possible, then you'd want to give it to Valis. And Valis is over there with open arms.
Right. In which case, it's like he'll at least be able to see about how much it takes. Twunk is going to go over to Valis. He's going to put like one, like a finger claw thing in front of his lips, in front of Valis, making sure he's plainly seeing it.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Why, yes, I would love a popsicle.
And then I always forget the name of this one. Right. And Twunk is going to attempt to give Valis the Blessing of the Caladrius.
Oh goodness, what's that? I was waiting for Cure
As
Wounds.
he's going to these like translation, like he's casting Aura Vitality, and he's going to heal as much as he can just to see if there is like any noticeable improvement.
Thank you, Twong.
I don't know if you want me to actually roll the dice or.
No, I mean, he didn't lose any health. So this is. I'd say that as
Did you mean that, or did you mean that by healing? Did you mean like through other means? I should probably have asked that first.
Yeah, well, as I've done in the past, whenever it comes to like ultra specific things like this, where it's an organ that gets damaged or there's heavy damage in a certain area, you usually have to use concentrated healing magic, usually in the form of Cure Wounds or some of the higher end healing stuff, and usually a touch type of healing, and focus it on that area specifically, and then half the healing would go towards healing the wound and half would go to healing the vitality of the person involved. So in this case, since you're specifically trying to repair his ear,
It's just that like with Aura Vitality, it's a straight up over the course of a minute 20d6 of healing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's a level 3 spell.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that you're getting the sense that that won't do what you need it to do for the ear, because it's not so much.
Have to use Cure Wounds.
You don't have to heal it at all. You can let it just heal on its own over time. But I'm trying to dance this line with telling you what to do without telling you why you need to do it a certain way. So
I actually can't do anything for him until the morning because I don't have Cure Wounds specifically prepared.
Okay. It needs some sort of touch healing to specifically heal, like internal damage or something that needs pinpoint healing to fix it. Just generalized aura healing or even healing word stuff that works off only vitality alone isn't going to be enough to rapidly regenerate a destroyed organ.
I'm mostly just wondering why Healing Word, a weaker spell that doesn't require touching, also is somehow less effective than a third level spell itself that's designed for this sort of thing. I get what you're trying to sort of say, but I'm not understanding the logic.
I didn't say Healing Word was the one you needed. I said any touch healing spell. Because basically I was going to have you go through an entire minigame of trying to fix his ear with the magic. But you just doing an aura of vitality negates that entire process. It's a DM decision.
Well, like I said, I don't have Cure Wounds specifically prepared, and there aren't actually that many touch spells in the game. So it's going to have to wait until morning.
That's perfectly fine. He's not going to get any worse before morning.
Hopefully.
Just don't stick anything in your ear.
It itches.
I'm sure other things itch too,
Wow.
but you're not. Oh, wait, no, you probably do have your hands in your pants. Well, definitely don't put your hand in your pants, then in your ear. If it's going to be that big of a problem, I can immediately take out all of that healing side of things in the entire game. I understand you guys have only a single healer, so if it becomes that much of a problem, I can remove all of that stuff. Decision
More
doesn't.
just at the awkward. We're more just at the awkward levels because you've been doing this a lot more at the higher with level gameplay. I just don't have a lot of preparations, so this is more just like me picking and choosing which healing spells I have prepared. It's less about the mechanic myself and more just the frustration of not always having room for the specific stuff.
Right. And
Will a healer's kit help at all?
what was that?
A healer's kit help at all?
I mean, it would help, especially the non-adventuring party people, and it's doing as much as you can because again, it's an organ that has been completely ruptured by what has been going on. So, and it was
cool.
a magical situation too. So, healer's kit can help, but it's not going to fix the problem. Is all. It's just going to stop the possibility of infection.
Okay, well then Lorena will use healer's kit. Valis and you said there was 4 other that were
3 other.
Okay, well she'll use 4 of hers then.
Okay. Yeah, you can
On
clean,
mine,
cover.
Yep.
Treat. Especially since some of them are rolling around on the deck.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Lorena.
Welcome.
Anywho, so moving on, a little bit of conversation happens between Mom and Trevor about what exactly that was. Trevor does have a little bit of experience with it, and he would come down to since Trunk and Larun are dealing with Valis and the others, probably Chadrin, Tamberlay. Until you guys all that.
Good morning. Yeah.
That's one way of calling it. But he would tell you of the shared hallucination that the entire group had above deck, and that it is what has been described as the fog of death, and that's just the name that it's gotten because of it's basically a repeat of those that have died inside this magical miasma that seems to hover above the water and float along the currents. And when you're in it, it is as real as if it was happening. But it is usually just for a fleeting moment for those that care to travel through it or accidentally get stuck in it. But the miasma does eventually go on, except for those that fall into the water or perish during the scenes in which they too get stuck in that interminable loop of the scene playing out over eons.
Baby Jones' locker.
More like Ghost Ship and constantly replaying your death. But with that, luckily, no one fell into the water. No one was that bad. And luckily, mainly because of Mum being able to keep the ship in a decently upright position. Because Trevor has heard of ships disappearing to this miasma in the past. But with that, it is a more magical effect that does happen to all the individuals involved. So it's not as simple as just healing said individuals through other means. Trevor would say that. I'm not going to waste my healing potions on trying to heal my crew with these because that's just not how it works. We need people who are a little bit more refined in this type of healing specifically. But with the fact of Valis being an adventurer and Twunk being a healer, Twunk would be able to cure Valis of the situation.
Well, I mean, is there anything we can do to help?
Just more so taking over some crew positions because those that are afflicted are going to need some time off to just, let their body recover a little bit. But once they're mobile again and they can walk correctly, they can go back to their things because they don't need to hear orders to do their regular job, even though they'll be more relegated to stuff below deck. So it's just more of you guys picking up some of the slack for the next couple days until the others are ambulatory again. Twunk the next day with Cure Wounds stocked and working on Valis for a little bit, you're able to repair his ear to a degree. Valis, go ahead and roll me a d6.
After an entire night of Tamberley and Chadra fucking with him because he can't hear us. And giggling about it the whole time.
Okay. Valis, when everything's said and done over this next 4 days, you're able to okay, you're able to hear very well out of your left ear and shittily out of your right ear.
Oh.
You have advantage on perception checks on hearing from your left ear, and you have disadvantage on hearing from your right ear. So Valis is going to be that guy that's always like, come on, you gotta talk into my good ear.
I don't know. Gotta like that.
Do we all know which one is which?
It's pretty obvious as anytime someone starts talking, he starts to lean with his left ear.
Good.
Or I look to the right.
Yeah. So keep that little bit of note in your head. Left ear good, right ear bad. Too many fireworks went off near the right ear.
Yeah. It's kind of...
It happens. All right. Next.
Yes. Does Twunk get the sense that's gonna be a permanent thing?
Probably won't be, but for now, until his ear makes a decently full recovery.
Yeah, I guess Twunk would take on the responsibility of air quote checking in with those throughout the days, just to seeing if everybody is at the very least just observing to making sure that nothing's getting infected over the course, because a lot of shit can happen even if you've cleaned it well the first time.
Yeah, I know, especially being in salt water and sailing conditions. Yeah. Luckily, smaller crew, smaller ship, so a very bit more experienced of a crew too. Sometimes it's a bad thing, sometimes it's good. In this case, it's a good thing. They know, okay, it needs to be efficiently washed out every day, especially with the salt and everything. Bandages need to be reapplied. So they're pretty on top of it, and even with your assistance as a stopgap as well, you're able to, over the next 4 days, up until the point where they get, fully mobile once again, everything seems to be okay. All right, who would like to roll for the next 8? It's a D8.
I'll do
I
it.
just went, guys.
All right.
Don't say it like that.
That's how I always say it.
I know.
And then someone give me a D4.
I'll do it.
All right. Okay.
Don't sound so disappointed.
Unicorn appears out of nowhere.
Oh no, not again.
God, that
Doesn't
fucking
like us,
poor,
get
that
it?
poor beast, man.
Into your head, you guys. He doesn't
Pointy
like
word.
us.
So, beneficial winds catch you guys on your trip
Nice.
for a full 2 days, making up for that 1 day that you guys lost.
Fuck yeah! I did it good.
We got our day back, guys.
Guys, I fixed
Yay.
I fixed the mistake I made. It turns out we're not supposed to pull on this line.
What line is that? I
What?
don't know, but you're not supposed to pull on it.
If you pull on it, it slows you down a lot.
Yeah,
Is that
because
the
that's
weather
the
line?
anchor.
I mean, I know it was Sassy that rolled it, but part of me wants to think Valis did it. It's just like, Valis, what?
I like to think that Chandra watched the sailors a little bit and was like, I got this, I can help.
Tamberlay has been taking full advantage for the last 4 days, just watching Valis scream at everybody. Or whisper at everybody, and he can't decide which one is which.
Chunk has been hating himself, consequently, for the last 4 days, as like Valis just being louder.
Everyone hates
And,
themselves for
and,
that.
and constantly going, huh?
Speaking to my good ear.
I can't hear you.
So,
Every time he says that, Tamberlay gets quieter.
a little bit about midday along this 8th day, or 4th day, sorry. The land ho gets called as the archipelago makes its way within eyesight of your guys' ship. Everyone clambers to the top of the deck to take a look, and sure enough, the mountain peaks can be seen. And as the next couple hours creep by, it gets larger and larger and larger.
How tall are we talking about mountains?
Somewhere in the realm of 2,000.
Oh, okay.
The archipelago has 5 main peaks.
Right. You can only see one right now, right? Or are
Um,
there more?
no, you can see 3 of them. There's this one, there's this one, and then there's one underneath this U. But the more prominent one is the one right above the U, as it is also the tallest one. But one thing that you're noticing as you guys are getting closer to the archipelago itself is that it is very much... You're not seeing any ports. You're not seeing any ships. You're not seeing any towns, cities. No visual representation of society. Trevor is the one that's currently on the helm, and he actually calls up a few individuals from the night crew to take over or assist with some of the docking procedures, and you guys kind of start to look around like, fucking dock where? As you guys have now gotten close to the archipelago, but you're still a good couple hours journey away from the actual coast. You hear the man up in the mast yell, line, starboard side, 20 degrees, 100 feet. One of the people that had been summoned from the night crew to assist with the docking procedures runs to the front of the ship and has a line with a grappling hook at the end and tosses it out. Almost like crab pot fishing, ends up hooking a floating small buoy that gets dragged in. As he pulls it in and starts to pull it over the side of the ship onto the ship itself, you see that though the buoy itself is this interesting teal make, the line underneath it is a solid metal line that is either camouflaged with seaweed or seaweed has just grown up along this line. You're not sure which. But without the trained eye and probably a top-down perspective, wouldn't have been able to find it. Would have just blended in with the ocean. As this gets pulled up a little bit more, it ends up pulling up a large hook. And we're talking about a 3-foot wide hook. The person up the mast says roughly the same thing, but this time off the port bow. And that too gets pulled up. The hook that was from the starboard side ends up getting attached to the front of the ship. And the hook from the port side ends up getting attached to the back of the ship. And with that, Trevor says, well, I hope you're all ready to go into water.
Each of us has been blessed with the lungfish.
All right, then. At least y'all won't look as funny as we do. As he tells everyone to take out their pendants. As it does so, you see the air bubble appear around each of the individuals as they activate small pendants that each of the crew has been given. Once everyone is good to go and Mum has done a check below deck to make sure everyone has their things and everything has been strapped down and either behind doors or strapped down to the deck, Trevor blows a shrill whistle, and with at first a slow and then there's a small lurch as the actual deck of the hull goes underwater and the water starts to flow over. Everyone, you guys have already been told to grab firm and grab steady to something. As you see many grabbing onto the side ledges, the mast, those staying under the deck, grab onto the support beams, and the ship slowly gets dragged underwater. Once it's fully submerged, it picks up a little bit of speed as you guys go down, down, down. Roughly about 400 feet before it starts to slow, and you guys get a vision of this underwater city. The island itself is mountainous, and when you guys first approaching it, it doesn't look like there would have been a lot of places for a city to be built. Specifically, not a lot of places were flats. There wasn't a whole hell of a lot of forest to it. There was a lot of green, but not a lot of forest. You see now that the city that's built here is actually built into the rock of the island itself. What you see is, like, intricately carved buildings into this, like the entire space this city exists in has been carved out, and then each individual building has been carved out of the rock face as well. It stretches as far as you guys can see, which is a little bit more difficult now that you're underwater. But it extends for at least probably a mile in either direction. Now that the ship is down here, it has stopped descending and is now getting pulled towards the city. Slowly, but methodically. Chadra, go ahead and give me a perception check. As you guys start to approach, you're starting to, not being accosted, but being surveyed by Triton individuals that's some wielding weapons, others riding dolphins, and one even riding this decently large tortoise. Jaja, you could feel that when you went from descending to moving towards the city, you can feel the vibrations in the ship itself as you were standing on it, that whatever is happening is most likely mechanical. And that piques a fantasy, because if they're able to do mechanical stuff with salt water all around, that might be interesting to learn.
Okay.
All in all, as you guys start making your way towards the archipelago, at first only a handful, 4 or 5 Triton individuals, but as you creep closer and closer and closer, there's now about 24 Tritons of varying shapes, sizes, and riding different creatures that are either circling or just guiding you in as the ship makes its slow approach. There's a moment where you stop and the ship slightly rotates towards one of the ports and then continues on right next to these, what you would almost, without knowing that it's an actual port or docking situation, would just look like these giant stone spires that come out randomly jutting into the water. But as the ship pulls alongside it, you realize that it is a dock, a pier of some sort. As the ship comes alongside and stops, lashings go out between the ship and these stone slabs, and guidelines end up being attached to your ship specifically, so those that want to get off the ship but aren't the best swimmers can use the guidelines to swim and keep themselves underwater without floating or sinking. Trevor will kind of watch as not only you guys, but some of his crew are also new to this whole scene and situation. As all of that finally finishes and you guys are ready to disembark, Trevor says, "Welcome to Asmarin." And he'll specifically look at Valis and the rest of his crew. And he'll say, "Don't drink while you're here."
Huh?
No drinking alcohol while you're here.
Like, is that like a we're on shore, don't get stupid, miss the call kind of thing, or is it like don't drink the alcohol here?
More like
Your captain said don't do it, so don't do it.
more like
Fucking
physiologically,
Captain
it'll
Tony
probably
something.
fuck you up.
Yeah, I think even Twonk would just be like tapping Valis on your head.
Listen, I I wanted to know in case I wanted to take a souvenir. This is a new place. You know, alcohol is one of those things.
He'll definitely warn that it's much more of a, it's going to affect you differently rather than you're not allowed to drink.
Affect me in a good way or in a bad way. Never mind. I've already.
If you would drink
There
but a
you go.
bowl of water, you would feel as though you had drunk a gallon.
That's just not fun.
Trevor will also say that there is a dry section of the city. That's where he's going to be staying. He assumes that you guys are going to be following in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he suggests for his crew to do so as well, just so that way they don't have to have their pendants active the entire time. And luckily, too, Valis, being underwater, the way that sound carries, your current affliction doesn't seem to affect you as much.
Oh, yay.
But as far as that goes, you guys are free to move about the city as you would like. And as far as Trevor needing to take care of some business, that's half the reason why so many Tritons were there on the approach when you guys first made it here.
How is it that we're getting around?
Those who can swim. And
No, I mean like
there are
breathing underwater.
Sorry, what?
Why? How are we breathing underwater? Do we all have
Wait,
these medallions?
We have the blessing of the lungfish.
Yeah.
Okay. And that lasts for how long?
8 hours?
24 hours.
24 hours.
24 hours. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, he did it every morning.
Basically, unless Twunk oversleeps.
Okay.
You gotta watch those cat naps.
Like Twunk just getting up like an hour late.
That's
I
terrible.
wonder, was I
Everyone's
forgetting
dead.
something?
Well, if we're in the dry part, it should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But getting there was a problem if we couldn't breathe underwater.
Yeah.
Well then.
But yeah, so as a large majority of the crew start to disappear into the city, following the guidelines, there is a guideline throughout the entire city. So those who aren't the best swimmers can get anywhere in the city without having to swim. You just would be basically attached to those guidelines the entire time.
Is there a current?
No, there's no current down here.
Okay.
Also, you better thank your lucky stars there's not a current, because
Right. Yeah, I get pulled away real quick.
As soon as she lets go of the ship.
hi guys.
Leave my tiny horse.
I've got 24 hours.
We suddenly go to a tavern. It's the full of tiny seahorses.
Yeah, I thought about it.
Oh my
I
god.
thought about it, trust me.
Not the same impact.
And mermaids.
But they're tiny seahorses, but they look just like tiny horses.
They're not the same.
They just breathe underwater.
Horses drown if their heads go underwater. Fuck off.
Not these ones.
Wow.
Magical tiny horses.
That's how you really feel.
But anyway,
But if they're My Little Underwater Ponies?
no. Not gonna get into the jabroni scene. So with that, after the crew starts to disappear into the city itself, a good majority of them are using the guidelines. Not saying you have to or anything, just pointing it out. Some of the more weaponed and armored Triton individuals. One that is currently riding... the one that's riding the tortoise is going to hop off and have a quick conversation with Trevor. And they are going to... Mum is going to go into Trevor's quarters and bring out that specific piece of cargo. And Trevor is going to gesture to your guys' group and say that 2 of you all can bring it. So Mum is kind of just standing there in front of your guys' group, holding out this little crate.
I'll get
I
it.
think at the very least, because Twunk can swim, like he'll be one of the people to help.
Okay. And who's the other?
I'll do it.
I already volunteered. Okay.
Oh, I didn't.
I say you guys
Had
fight
all
for
the
it.
fun.
I say you
I
guys
punch
fight
him in the
for
ear.
it. There you go.
And undo everything Twunk did.
I
I
just go.
said I got this.
I'm out.
What?
Speaking of my good ear.
I'll go with Twunk.
Okay.
I'd like that.
All right. So the 2 of you grab either side of this box and follow Trevor and this Triton individual specifically. He's not going to be on his tortoise for the journey, but you guys are being guided in by about 10 other Triton as well, to the sides and behind you.
Okay.
Everybody else is going with him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alice ditches and immediately goes to the bar.
I'm gonna get fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go try me some Triton alcohol.
Val's just
Give me
swimming
like
off.
a quarter of a shot.
Yeah.
So it's obviously slow going, and Twunk, it's definitely, since you do have a swim speed, it's a little bit more of you pulling along the box in Tamberlane.
Ryan?
But Trevor also does have a swim speed. He's got a ring for it. And he's keeping up with the Triton as they're having a... Funny enough, with being underwater, being able to hide your discussion is a lot easier. Especially if you're moving and doing it at the same time, because, you know, the vibrations get lost in the movement of the bubbles of you moving around as well. So you're not able to pick up exactly what they're talking about, but they are having... it seems a somewhat pleasant conversation, as the few times that you can peek both Trevor and this individual's face, they seem to be smiling. But you guys go up and into the city. Again, this being underwater, there's a bit of height differentiation that you get to have when traveling throughout, not having to just walk along the bottom. So getting to different portions of the city is very much more of a go up and over and down into, rather than having to walk around. And with that, you guys are sort of making a straight line towards this almost Taj Mahal looking building that has been carved out of the stone wall. Only half of it, obviously, as the rest is carved into the wall itself. But opulent in nature and seated not quite the highest buildings, or the closest to the surface buildings of the entire city, but prominent in size and location, standing on its own, not having any surrounding buildings, and looking as regal as anything else. You guys make your way in, and don't actually head into any sort of office or grand hall or anything like that. No large to-do is the largest to-do was you guys arriving and being guided to this building specifically. Once you guys are inside, the majority of the guards drop back, and it's just your guys' group, Trevor, the one Triton individual he's been talking to, and one more, and that's it. As you guys start to quickly move throughout this building. Now, initially, when you first get in here, it's a very large open thing. You see interesting murals painted all over the walls, and probably who's I would ask who's the most treasure blinded person of the group, but I would probably say that's Valis.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Shiny rocks. There's a lot of shiny rocks when you guys get in here. Most of the murals are embedded with different gemstones and other not as pricey but still shiny rocks. All different types of quartz and amethysts, diamonds, jade, sapphires, ruby, everything and anything is just all over and inside these murals.
Valis is just like wide-eyed staring like Abu from Aladdin.
Yeah, there are multi-millions of gold worth of gemstones in these murals.
Not gonna take any, but I'm just like,
Book actually feels a pull on the box for just a second before Tamberley remembers herself.
But as you guys
I'm sorry. It was a lot. It's a lot.
As you guys are veering off to the side and down tighter hallways and smaller rooms, you eventually get to this decently packed in storage room and go through a hatch in the floor. As you all make your way down, Twunk, at this point, it being a little bit tighter of a squeeze, you kind of have to like go down feet first and then like drag the crate down, and Tamberley swims in afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
But once you're down here, you come across two other Triton individuals. It's a smaller room, nothing too crazy. Not small enough to where, anyone's restricted of going in, but tight enough where it's a little awkward and you guys have to stand a little closer than you were expecting to, or float a little closer than you were expecting to down here. Valis, don't fart, because everything turns into bubbles down here. Anyway, as you're in the room...
probably shouldn't have the chili con carne.
The one guard that had traveled alongside, but hasn't been talking the entire time, takes his little post in the corner of the room. The one that has been talking, as you guys start to file in behind, has already made a quick introduction of Trevor and the female Triton that stands in a very flowing aquamarine and turquoise dress. And as everyone gets here, Lorona, can you mute your mic for a second? It's doing the scratchies. Thank you. And as you guys get down here and the hatch gets closed behind you all, the introduction between Trevor and this woman has already happened. And all of you guys get to find out that this woman's name, she tells you, is Eluryn. Eluryn. And that's all she's going to give as far as her name goes. But she's going to ask to... not really going to wait for your guys' names in return. She's more or less being semi-polite and giving you her name, and then immediately asking to see the content of the box. Trevor will move to the side and gesture to you two.
Well, swim it forward, I guess.
It's such a violent-looking situation. Giant Twunk and little Tamberlay holding this box, floating forward.
I mean, is there a table or something to put it on?
Nope. That's the beauty of being underwater.
Or we're just floating there in the middle of a room?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, should we let her open it, or should we open it for her?
It's up to you. As you guys float up, are you going to open it? She's walking towards you guys as well. Or floating towards you guys as well.
Nah, I'm gonna let her do it.
Okay. So, as you are floating there, she'll get up to the box and undo the latch. Trevor has already taken the lock off the box. And as she does the latch and opens the top of it, you see almost immediately, and everyone gets this sensation as all of a sudden a current appears in this room, slowly rotating. As you two are right there next to the box, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Oh. Oh.
She sees all. All right. As you guys are looking down, obviously, Tamberlay can see more because she's closer to it. You know, her being a smaller size.
Wow.
It's true, but as the crate opens up, you see what must have been swirling inside already, but hasn't had much interaction with the water outside the crate. But as soon as the top comes open, like I said, a current starts to get created in this room. This tiny black sphere of energy spinning at incredible speeds. That's what both of you see. Tamberlay, as you're looking at it, sort of internally getting drawn to this spinning black sphere, you realize that as it's violently spinning around, it's not completely black. There is this glint of silver that can be seen every now and again. That seems to be running around the center of it. So rather than going from top to bottom, it's going from side to side around it, the middle.
Oh. I'll look up at this person. Is there something trapped in there?
Not yet. She reaches inside and sort of doesn't touch it, but grabs the water around it and seems to be able to move it out of the crate without actually having to touch it. She holds it in front of herself, her hands blocking a lot of the view of the sphere itself, but you're not sure if she's doing something magically to control it or just using the water pressure, and that's why she's got to keep her hands around it. She's holding it there.
Can I do an insight check on this woman? I don't trust her at all.
Insight for what?
Does she seem... I don't know, she just picked this thing up. Does she seem like... I don't know, like malicious at all? Or like that she's going to use it for something bad? Or is she curious? Or like, I just want to know how she feels about this thing. She just picked it up out of the freaking box.
Okay, go ahead.
Without even touching it.
Go ahead and roll insight.
And I'm like glancing back between her and Tyler.
Trevor,
that too.
I mean, she's got a smile on her face. Not like a power is all mine type of smile, but just more of like a smirkish smile.
Like a welcome home smile, or a don't think we finally got this, or
you just met her, so it's a smile.
Okay.
It's
okay.
The most you've seen expression-wise on her face since you've met her.
Okay.
Like I said, she's not grinning from ear to ear, but she's, it's an obvious smile. She's holding this in the space between her hands, and then to the male Triton who has been with you guys the entire journey over here, she'll gesture her head towards him, and with that he is going to open up. So he's going to twist his hands on his, so he puts his wrists together with the palms touching either forearm, and then he's going to turn his palms so that way he's in a praying motion where his palms are together, and then he'll expand his hands away from one another. So it's a twist and then a pull away. And as he does so, in the space between his palms, there's this void that opens up. And she starts to maneuver it towards that void. He kind of like angles around and she starts to push the water and this sphere into this guy's little pocket dimension.
Well, we'll close the box then, I guess.
Okay.
So it's just pointless.
Yep. You're realizing the box a lot fucking heavier now that that thing's no longer inside of it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. The black sphere moves into this individual's little pocket dimension, and he puts his hands back together, closes it, does the reverse motion, and it's gone.
That's
She'll-
a cool party trick.
which is said 5 times too loud in the back of the room.
Monk's ears splay. It's like, and has to mutter under his breath a few times. All life is precious. All life is precious. All life is precious.
But that doesn't seem to affect whatever's going on with them, as the woman turns back to Trevor and smiles. Says, good job. Here's your payment. And she'll, from not directly her cleavage, but it seems that she has probably a small pocket, like a little bag of holding or something that's tucked into the upper portion of her dress. She pulls
bra
out...
of holding.
Bra of holding, yeah. The cleavage of confinement. Pulls out this almost somewhere between sapphire and navy blue, long, thin crystal. Let's see who would be up at front.
The heart of the ocean, Jack.
It's not that small. Twunk, Tamberlay, Shadra. Go ahead and give me perception checks.
I can't roll a 19 again.
Not with that attitude.
Told ya.
Don't worry, Twonk's got you.
Still, you're not 20 though.
One's got it. Shit, Chandra.
Yeah, Chadra's a little distracted, that's all.
So, Twunk, as you're looking at it, it's about 7 inches long, and
That is. I'm done.
see, you just blew out Larona's mic.
Just like completely floored by the fact that I wasn't the one to make the joke.
We got to get Larona a new mic.
Right.
Didn't hear the joke.
Nope. It still sounds like a cat scratching your mic,
Damn it. Okay, hold on. I'll switch to my phone.
and it's not Vinny.
Not this
Or
time.
Twunk.
I I literally like have a mute button on a physical mute button with my microphone. This
So, Twog, the crystal is 7 inches long. It's about 4 inches wide, but it's only about a quarter of an inch thick. And as she procures it and hands it over to him, Trevor takes it. Amazing quality, the different shimmering and reflections of light that this crystal portrays. It you don't know exactly what crystal this is, but you're expecting the quality to be, of immaculate taste. Trevor takes it and immediately cracks it in half. As he does so, he pulls out this tiny sliver of, you're not even sure what it is, but with a nat 20, you can see all pieces of it. The crystal drops as he lets go of it, and from inside there's this it almost looks like a weird fish. It's barbed in some places and has fins off the back end. If anything, you'd have to see it's somewhere between a parasite and a fish. It only being even thinner than the crystal was to be able to fit inside the cavity of the crystal. But Trevor will pull it up and look at it, and this one's only about 3 inches long. The head of this thing has 2 giant feelers that come out, almost the length of its body, and you can't see exactly what the face looks like, but Trevor sort of like looks at it, is like gripping it with, you can see the knuckling, the white knuckling along his hand, as just the head is exposed, and he bites down and rips it off. Blood starts to creep into the water around him. This interesting sort of dark green blood, as Trevor continues to munch on the head of this creature. As it does
Me
so...
group.
What was that?
Just me group.
Okay. As it does that, Twonk, with your perception check, you see that Trevor's eyes go white. And even though he's continuing to chew, and still gripping the rest of the body of this creature, his eyes have gone completely white. No pupil, no nothing. And the little bits of his eye that you can actually see, the little veins on the sides, you can see that his eyes are shaking violently. And then all of a sudden, his pupils seem to just appear out of the milky whiteness rather than rolling forward or anything like that, as he lets go of the rest of the creature and kind of takes a big breath in. The woman and the Triton all don't seem to be put off by anything that has just happened, and she just says, "I hope you've got the answers that you're looking for." Trevor nods. He goes, "Things are about to get interesting, that's for sure." Well, you're welcome to stay in the town for as long as you like. Trevor nods. I appreciate it, but we shan't be in your town for more than we need to restock, recoup, and then be on our way. She nods. And with that, Trevor takes the hint and gestures back to the hatch, which you guys all went down here for, and says, "All right, yo, I think it's time when we make our way out of here and back to everyone else.
Should we bring the box? Or just leave it here?
I mean, if you want it, you can have it, but we have no need of it any longer.
I'll let go of it then.
Okay. With that, following behind Trevor as he guides you guys back out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Once you guys are out into the main area, outside of the building itself, he kind of goes, whew. All right. So, we'll probably tell the crew that we'll be here for tonight and all of tomorrow, and be leaving beginning of the next day. We do need to head back up to Oblal as soon as we can, and I believe our contract is coming up to an end here soon. So we need to get back home.
That does sound nice. Home.
So, I'll pay for your room and board again.
Okay.
If y'all want to go ahead and go there now, or meet me there later, but that's where I'm gonna be heading for now. Had a bit taken out of me just there, so I feel like resting for the rest of the day.
It would not be improper to ask. So, what exactly occurred with you?
I got some information that needed to be gotten. So, I need to make sure that information makes its way back to the proper individuals up in Oblal. Until then, I can't speak too much more about it.
I understand.
Yes, we will follow him so that we know where the fuck we're going.
All right, to the
Yeah.
Piggly Wiggly.
Excuse me, what? We're going to a grocery store?
Iggly wiggly.
Or is it
Oh.
a hotel with a whole bunch of pigs?
That's the name of the hotel that we're going to.
All right.
Is there gonna be pigs?
Unfortunately, not all locales that we bed down for the night will have livestock for us to.
Support animals.
No ESAs at this one. I'm sorry. So you guys make it to the inn, and it is just a giant corkscrew pigtail.
Okay. She's been racking her brains like, what is the pig of the sea? Because I know what the chicken of the sea is. What's the pig of the sea?
Well, what's the cow of the sea?
Manatee.
Manatee. There it is.
And tuna is the chicken of the sea.
Sea cucumbers.
Narwhals are the Jedi of the sea.
No, there's a type of sea cucumber called a scotoplane, and they're called the sea pigs.
Okay. That does not sound like a very nice support animal, so no thank you.
Depends who you are. Anyway.
It's not a tiny horse.
But with that, the accommodations are not as extravagant as some of the other places that you've been into, but they are at least beautiful. Each have their own little. Or you guys are staying in the dry area. Okay, so you guys don't get as beautiful of the rooms, but they're still nice looking, and they're not completely dry. about a good half of the room is not underwater, but like it's little tidal pools.
Well, this is really awkward.
You're under the ocean. But amenities and food, everything's available. And unless alcohol is available, you were just
but
told
you should not drink it.
Yeah, you're just told probably not the best to drink it.
I've got some beer if we need it. It's fine.
But as far as this city goes, there are things to explore and do inside of it. But unless someone wants to go ahead and do those things, we can just move to making our way back to Abalal.
I mean, we've got, what, a whole day here?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we sightsee for a second?
Yeah.
Is there something
Yeah,
with sightseeing?
I need to go to a store.
Okay. Everyone needs to convene in the morning, so Twunk can give them all the blessing of the lungfish.
Yes, thank you so much for that.
I'll go shopping with Lorona.
Please try to avoid being
Ooh, shopping
dispelled,
with you.
or you will drown.
Okay. What do you need to get, Lorana?
She needs to get some health things.
Anything in particular?
I'm trying to open it. Hold on just a second.
And then for you, Timberlake, anything
Oh, the
specifically?
healer's kit.
Oh, no, the healer's kit? Okay.
No, just sightseeing, that's all.
Yeah, nothing is going to immediately stand out like, ooh, this is a tourist attraction. Or, oh, that is, nothing down here is obvious as to come here, check me out, go do this thing. Mainly because this place isn't really meant for tourists.
Right. I think most of it is just she's definitely going to take some time and wander around the underwater part of the city.
Mm-hmm.
I just take it all in because she's never been to any place like this.
Okay.
And it's fascinating. Like, she's underwater in a city. It's weird.
Oh, definitely. As far as the healer's kit, Lorona goes, you can get this version's akin to the city's version of it for 25 gold.
What's the difference between?
It's just the different stuff that they use. So whereas
okay.
Bandages aren't made completely out of cloth, they're made out of like seaweed wraps and other things. It's just stuff gets swapped in between the two of them.
Okay, then she'll buy. It's 25 gold for each.
You can get 2 for 40.
Okay, she'll get 2.
Okay.
Also, is there anything that we can get to block us from being like charmed or like having the same kind of thing happen that happened on the ship on the way?
Right. Nothing that can fully block you from charm, but there are things that can give you advantage on your saving throws against it.
Okay.
But since Trevor did have history with the miasma, he can, with his description of how he was telling it to you guys, it's much less of a charm and much more of a, you're just, when you're in it, you're experiencing it, and whatever might be happening while that's going on, you may or may need to save yourself from whatever's going on. So it's not a charm. It is just... It's as if it was real and actually happening when you're in it. So for Valis and all those that were on top of the deck, it was actually 2 full ships completely broadside shooting each other. And that's why they had to make the con saves for their hearing and things like that, because it was as real as anything else would be.
I don't know if you've watched Fate, so I don't know if reality marble is a term you know.
But yeah, so as far as like trying to protect against that thing specifically, the best protection against that is just not being in it. But once you're in it, you're just dealing with whatever comes your way.
So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could still get a pendant that gives you advantage on being charmed, but it wouldn't help on that specifically.
Well, I have my saving throws. It says against being charmed. So
Yeah, drow have advantage.
I'll drop.
yeah. So then, why did? Never mind.
Because it wasn't a charm.
Yeah, that's why I said never mind.
Yeah.
So there's no way to protect us from anything like that. If it
From
were to
that
happen again.
miasma specifically, no. And the reason why there was that whole like silent situation happening was because everyone who was on top deck were being affected by the miasma, and everyone who was below deck wasn't. So everyone
Right.
below deck wasn't hearing or seeing anything, but everyone who was on top of the deck were experiencing this whole scenario. It wasn't a charm; it was
Okay.
more of like it was just happening.
Okay.
It's kind of like a ghost memory.
Yeah, but it fucked people up. So.
yeah,
I mean, ghost memories can fuck people up.
Yeah.
it did.
It did.
Alright. So with that done, you don't want it, right?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to get a couple of the healing kits.
Yep. Not a problem. Tamara, give me a perception check as you're traveling through the
Alright.
town. And then Twunk and Chadra, what are you guys doing? For the whole day.
I don't know that Chadra has anything planned. I would probably just either, if Twonk's gonna go somewhere so that he's not off by himself, or if somebody has gone off by themselves, I probably would have just tagged along.
Okay.
With me if you want to.
Yeah.
Twunk.
I would say exactly like because you said we are only about 400 feet down, right?
Yeah.
Like what exactly is like the lighting situation as far as like
Inside buildings, outside buildings.
in the waters that are
So just the general area around the island? Like,
the general area around the island, and I mean like is this village, town, city like lit in any way, or
yes. That's what I was trying to get. Are you asking about the city specifically? During the day, the light is enough from the sun. It penetrates this far down. This is like crystal clear waters here. And there's also a semi-magical enchantment to allow light to sort of bend down and into the city itself. The ceiling portion of the city has a bunch of different stones inlaid into it, aquamarine and some other bluer stones that reflect a blue light down into the city, a blue teal light. And during the night, these green-blue torches get lit. And they pinprick all throughout the city.
It's like I think like Twunk would just be like the most interested in essentially like going to like the highest place that he can, and like kind of like mostly he would just be curious to see if like if from like down as far as they are, kind of like what the air quote sky looks like at like like the twilight hours, air quote.
Gotcha. Well, like I said, you guys are built up and into the island itself. So you can go to the highest point in the city, but you'd be basically hitting the roof of what the city's built into. And you would then be up against all those blue and teal aquamarine crystals. Which, being up here, you can see that there are fish that are constantly, like, what are those fish that... sucker fish that clean the walls of fish tanks?
They're just called suckerfish, aren't they?
Possibly. Something akin to that. They're constantly going around and cleaning off the crystals.
Algae eaters.
Yeah.
Remoras.
There you go. So,
Long nose sucker.
as far as the quote unquote sky or the roof of this place, that's what you'd be experiencing. And if you wanted anything else, you'd have to go out of the city to just see the open ocean. But then you have your own dangers there.
It's best not to go out into the open ocean by yourself.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da.
But as far as like when night falls and the city is lit up by the torches instead, it does have an interesting reflection along the stones up. It kind of gives almost an aurora borealis feel, even being underwater. Tamberlin, with your perception check. Not a whole lot is, like I said, openly interesting in the town. Nothing screaming, hey, tourists, come here, check this out. And with Chadra in tow, you guys just keep an eye out, and eventually you guys do end up crossing the paths of some of the crew as well. And it's actually the thing that pulls your attention the most when you guys are traveling through the town is you see Mum moving throughout the town. Usually, when the ship's in dock and the captain's on land, Mum stays on ship. So it's interesting to see Mum off ship and in the city. Maybe maybe she got a little bit of leave or whatever. But when you see her, she is in the process of disappearing into a building. But other than that, nothing really is interesting or attracts you from off the street to go check it out.
All right. I mean, yeah, like I said, I don't really have anything planned, so
Okay.
I'm gonna follow T's lead on this one.
Wham bam tambalam. And she's gone.
All right.
Tamberley just starts floating there in the middle of the city.
Really fun.
I mean, I guess we could we would greet Mom, but that's probably the extent of it.
Okay, like I said, when you guys get eyes on her, she's currently disappearing into a building. So do you want to follow her?
No.
Okay.
Well, Chadra wouldn't want to, so.
Sounds good.
We want to flip the coin to see if Tamberley would.
Nope, she's sleeping.
Nope.
She's just like, it's just the current. It just
rocks you to sleep.
just makes everything just makes everything float.
What did Twunk say about getting dispelled? She's drowning, Chandra.
She's a barbarian. She's all right.
She'll rage through the drown. Alright. So as Tamberley starts to float, Chadra's gonna be like, alright, Tamberley, that's enough depth pressure for you today. And starts floating her back to the inn. Anybody else want to do anything before we disappear from the city?
No.
Alright. Cool beans. So with that, night falls and morning arises. Everyone beats back up on the ship. And you guys get to do the reverse trek of the ship and the mechanics of it being let away from the pier, or unlashed first, then moved away from the pier, and then slowly let up.
Beep, beep, beep.
Pretty much. Until eventually you guys get to the surface. It's a much slower process than when you guys first got dragged underneath, as all the water needs to slowly be let out of different areas of the ship. The two anchors are released from the ship itself, and after about half an hour, 45 minutes of draining all the excess water from the ship and making sure that everything is good to go and you guys are fully seaworthy, you guys start making the trip back to Obalal. Now, I know obviously Tamberley wants to make this first roll, but let's give it to someone else.
Hey, no. Give her a chance.
You see,
What?
now she's just quiet out of anger.
D.
D8. Alright, a CX. A freaking CX.
Why is this group constantly talking about CX?
It's a 60 group.
Ooh, okay.
That's not bad.
She woke up.
I'm here.
You and Ruben had a lovely night.
No, we didn't. We're not back at a ball yet.
He flew down.
You see, he came to this village just to see you.
Hmm.
He heard that
He
you were
came
in
with
a brawl.
He came with a package that only you were allowed to open.
It's 7 inches. Alright.
It was his dick in the bar.
Sorry about that. How long was I out?
Such a funny.
Not that long.
Good.
Couple minutes.
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. I might have another roll.
I'm ready. I can roll fudge.
Go ahead and roll me. Whoops. Hold on.
trying my hardest.
You can do it. I believe. Gotta go to my other. Where is it? First roll me a d4. All right. Can't really beat you to it, but you guys both technically rolled the same thing because I really needed a d2. Okay. So, as you guys are approaching the 8th day, it's actually the 8th day, and in the morning, you guys come across a singular small box floating on the surface of the water.
Nice.
This box only about 4 by 4 by 4.
Box ahoy!
Are we gonna touch it?
What?
They say that it's too small for them to be able to fetch it with any of their supplies. So if someone
Toss
wants,
me in! Tie a rope and toss me in.
I think Twunk instead is going to like summon some energies from within him, and he's going to summon Beast.
okay.
I'm trying to think what will be like a good. I think that has to be small-sized, a small-sized water creature.
Hammerley?
You just summon a dolphin and get it over with?
Well, dolphins, I would say like a more medium-sized. You know what? I'm gonna go with like a partially larger octopus, just
Okay.
because I don't want to drag things.
Yep.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay. Octopus summoned. Into the water. Grab into box. You're gonna have it climb its way up the side of the ship. So, giving some crew members a weird version of PTSD.
PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just not quite on the scale of Kraken, but definitely, the person who might have just been sitting there just go, ah! Baby Krakens everywhere! But it gets to the side of the ship, puts the box on the side. Goes to jump back in the water, and then you dismiss it before it hits.
Well, that was anticlimactic for it. What's in the box?
The box is currently clasped and locked shut.
What's in the box?
Probably locked for a reason.
Either a head or another body part.
I mean, I hope it's locked for a reason. To keep the water out, maybe.
Or to keep whatever's inside of it.
I mean, that's what boxes are for.
Charger, give me a D10.
D10, roger that.
Thank you. Well,
I mean, I
Boy
hate to
made of
say
rubber
it.
suddenly like bursts out from the top.
But
I'm gonna
Laverne,
be
you're
king
best
of the
best friend.
pirates.
Throw it back.
It wasn't that good anyway.
I liked it.
Can you open this, Lorona?
Yeah, she can use one of those. Where was it at? Thief's lockpick.
oh, the
The one where you light the fuse and
it burns
Right.
the lock.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
you just
you
have
could
these
probably
tools?
see if your regular lockpicks would do it first.
Right.
That way is so
Okay.
much fun.
I want to blow it up.
So like, we're doing this fucking full bore.
Ah, but we don't want to blow up what's inside, too.
Maybe we do.
So do I have to roll anything for that?
You have thieves tools, so do you want to use thieves tools or do you just want to use the lockpick? The fire one.
I kind of want to use the fire one, but I don't want it. I don't want it to blow up the inside stuff, so I'll just use thieves tools.
All right, then do a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Twunk will offer you guidance.
So you roll your sleight of hand check, and then you roll a d4 afterwards.
Oh, I do. Perfect. Okay, what does that mean?
Like overall, it gives you a 14. You sit there and you start to work the lock picks inside the lock, but it's just not. You're almost there, but something's stopping you.
So can I blow it up then with the thieves lockpick?
You can try once more with the regular thieves tools before you go lighting
Oh,
fires.
okay.
Actually, Lorona, I have to ask, what is your second expertise in?
Like the tools.
Did you take expertise in thieves' tools?
Yeah, I have. For tools, it says disguise kit, forgery kit, and thieves tools.
Yeah, she took. Oh yeah, she did take expertise in thieves tools.
So she should be adding
Yeah, so
her
she'd get another
proficiency.
3 to her roll.
Okay, then yeah, you're good to go.
Sweet.
All right.
So I get it open?
Yeah. After working on it for a bit, the salt water being the real problem, you kind of have to like scrape some of it out of the keyhole, and then you're able to get the last little bit of the lock unlocked. So you've unlocked it. You want to open it?
Awesome. Someone else can open it. I don't want to open it. Nope. Floating box that's locked, and yeah, no, I'm good. Someone else can do it.
Enter
Valis.
Why is everyone looking at Valis?
Valis, high or low?
Because he already has a head injury.
I'll open it.
No,
Stand back. I'll open it.
Valis, high or low?
He's always
Hi.
Ah! Haha! Valis opens it.
That's
Tamberley offered, so Tamberley will open it.
I'll open it.
She's just gonna hold Valis in front of her as she does it.
Tamberley, you open it up, and as you do so, I need you to make a dex save.
Hi. Well, I get advantage on
See?
those. It's a good thing, too. 21.
Oh, there you go.
Chadra is very glad that she is not a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
You take 8 points of lightning damage
All right.
Oh, see?
as you open it, and this just sparkling, crackling energy just erupts out of the box, almost making you drop it, and kind of just immediately sets all of your hair on end.
You said it was a 4x4 inch or foot box.
Inch.
Okay. Okay.
Just a little one.
We got a little shock, that's all. My hair's a little frizzy.
And she just
It's
like,
always frizzy.
It kind of looks like that moment from Home Alone when
Yeah.
turns into the skeleton.
When
for a
Merle.
second. Yeah.
It just looks like I woke up about 5 minutes ago.
Just with scorch marks.
It appears that this box was filled with unfortunate secrets.
I mean, I haven't seen what it's filled with yet, but
Just
it has
inside
some light in
is
it too.
A small round silver ball.
All around silver ball. That's it.
Yep.
Silver balls.
Like, how big
Hmm.
of a silver ball? Like 2 inches, 3 inches?
It almost fills up the
Diameter.
entire cavity inside the box.
Oh, nice. Okay. Are there any markings on it at all?
Nope.
Okay. Do any of you have identify?
Durden
Nope.
looks at your group.
Let me check my spells real quick.
Nope.
on.
Okay.
If he doesn't have
Well,
Hunter's
then-
Mark, he probably
You know
does
what?
not have Identify.
That's what I switch Hunter's Mark with. You know,
I will. There's no seams at all.
Nope, it's perfectly smooth.
All right. Well.
Highly reflective.
Okay. How about? Hear me out. How about I put this in my bag of holding, and then when we get to a Blal, we will buy a scroll of Identify and find out what it actually is. But until then, we'll just keep it safe in a pocket dimension. And hope that it doesn't sprout anything and ruin my bag.
or
Jay,
blow
like-
up.
What does it appear to be
Isn't
made of?
It just looks like a silver metal.
there gunpowder and stuff like that in your bag?
You are correct.
It'll be fine.
Sure you want to put it in your bag?
I mean, the one thing I do not have in my bag is fire. So it should be fine.
Does
But you don't know what that ball's gonna do.
There's no oxygen in my bag either, so
Okay.
does anyone have anything that, like, makes electricity, considering electricity came off of it when you opened the box?
yes, me. I literally make
This-
electricity.
If this thing could possibly create electricity and that was not the box, would that not potentially ignite what is inside the bag?
Well, like I
Or
said, there is no
could-
oxygen in my bag, so nothing can literally ignite in my bag.
electricity doesn't need
Can
oxygen to
you put
cause
it back in
ignition.
the box?
No, but fire does.
Right,
put
but
it back in the
electricity
box
can
before you
burn
put it
hot
in the
enough that
bag?
it'll burn it. Electricity is basically hot enough to make plasma, which is a self-sustaining flame and heat source.
I do not know anything about science.
And that's what Charge is teaching.
Then yes, I will put it back in the box and then put it in my bag.
Thank you.
Got it. And I put it back in the box and put it in my bag.
Okay. As it goes inside the bag, it rips a hole. I'm just kidding.
Turns out it was another bag. It was a box of holding, guys.
It was a portable dimension right there.
And end of campaign. All right. That was fun.
Black hole. There we go.
Well, hold on. It wouldn't be the end of the campaign immediately. We'd just all be ejected to
End of
the
these
astral
bodies.
sea.
Air mesh.
Bam! We're in Terra Mesh. Oh shit!
Damn it. I don't want to be a gnome.
But the gnome wants to be you.
Chaudhry
Yes,
gets
it
to be
does.
a hooker.
An old one at that.
Yeah, an old, washed-up hooker.
Hey, it's called experience.
I get to be a taller redhead.
Just as angry.
Yes. Oh, she will be just as angry. We'll
Right.
figure this out. Just not right here, right now.
So, box, orb in box, box in bag.
hmm
All right.
Boom.
No, it would not be the worst thing in the world. Perhaps someone on this crew might have some sort of experience with this sort of object.
Do we ask Tyler?
No, it's
Trevor?
our treasure, and we're not going to tell anyone
Something like-
about it.
Well, they all saw us get it.
No,
They
we're gonna.
saw an octopus climb up the side
People
of the
saw the
boat.
octopus and had PTSD.
No one.
I'm sure that there are 3 people standing right next to us listening to what we're saying right now.
No one of the crew have the ability to do identify, and Trevor, neither does Trevor, and he would say that it looks like what it looks like until you get identified. It could be a whole host of things. It could be something
Yeah.
terribly cursed to just a silver ball.
Mm-hmm. It didn't make any noise.
It could be
When
an
we moved it?
automaton's left nut for all you know.
I mean, it must be real necessary if it's in a box that was locked.
And then the automaton's left nut.
Is this the part where we figure out like Amric's final fate?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Castrated.
Poor
You gotta
Amber.
reassemble Amric.
One piece at a time.
One nut at a time.
I
He's a robot, nuts and bolts, people. Get your minds out of the gutter.
mean, this just
He
happens
said
to be
nut.
his left one.
Wow.
It's a very technical term. It's for a lower linkage, if
Yeah.
you will.
Yeah, you see we see the electricity was the bolt, and that's the nut.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Wow.
the next 8 days. Or 4 days, I should say.
All right.
Who wants to
D8?
roll this D10?
Oh,
Roll.
damn it.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
D10, I got it.
Nope, too late.
Valis rolled a D8.
Oh, then he's
I willed the Kraken's
No.
back.
No, that's where those two ships got us.
We were way out.
He's not rolling
we were
off the
way
same
further
table
out.
every time.
No, we were stuck between those two places right there.
Oh, the ghost ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Hey, look. We rolled the same
Hey,
thing, Chandra.
everyone, go away.
All right. I need someone
Twinsies.
to roll a D100.
Ooh.
E100.
Yeah.
Oh.
$75 seagulls start flying into your face.
Oh god, I hope it's flying fish. That'd be way better.
Yeah.
Those things are so fucking annoying.
Lunch.
All right. Of course it's fucking Valis.
Who else but Valis? He's
Hey, I have
Valis.
this.
Valis.
I have this new power of speed, and I am using it.
Yeah, please do not give him a theme song.
Okay, Lightning McQueen.
All right. So,
Never really know what he's gonna do next.
It's Valis.
With that,
Yes, man.
Valis, one of the days on your journey, you're up on the deck, and
Oh god, I'm awake.
you hanging out, looking over the side of the ship, and you see this critter that's keeping up speed. First, you're thinking it's some sort of fish, but upon closer inspection, it looks more akin to a squid or an octopus of some sort.
Great.
And you're surprised that it's keeping at such speed. You guys are moving decently fast. And it kind of is swimming and gets a little bit closer to your ship and then moves away and then closer. You know, it's doing its thing.
How big is this?
Not big at all.
Not big.
No. Probably lengthwise 3 feet long.
Okay.
And you're watching it. And then there's this moment in time where it like rotates in the water. And from what little bit you know about squids and octopus, you know that how their physiology is and where their eyes would be or mouth or anything like that. So you weren't expecting, as this creature rotates in the water, the body portion of it as you're looking at it and you're seeing the different like orange, it's got orange skin with these like white dots along it, and right in the middle of the body portion, this giant black eye opens up in the side of the body, and you're kind of like, huh?
Oh.
And you kind of like stand up a little bit and look back and like, oh, and then all of a sudden you feel something. You don't see anything impact your face, but it feels like something hits your forehead. Like someone hawked a loogie and impact your forehead. And then some water sprays up at the same time, so you're closing your eyes, and you kind of like rubbing your forehead and rubbing your eyes, and you kind of stumble back a little bit, and you put your hands down and you start to blink the water away a little bit. And you realize, for some reason, you can see a little bit more. Like, what was normally your vision, somehow you can see a little bit more of the area around you. And you kind of turn and you look at Tamberlay. Tamberlay, you're looking back at Valis, and Valis has this giant third eye in the middle of his forehead.
Oh my god, what happened to your face? What the fuck?
Tamberlay just...
I mean...
It's like everything looks so much better now.
You know what? Don't even start with me right now. It's a good thing you don't have hair up there. Otherwise, you'd have like a hairy fucking eyeball.
The claw.
And I will grab a crewmate and be like, what the fuck is that?
Oh yeah, no, two other crew members are looking at him like, the fuck is that? They don't know.
I will walk up and poke him in the eye.
How are you gonna reach that?
I can jump.
I need an acrobatics check.
You got it.
Homeboy is like 6.5 feet tall.
And I have my hands up because now I'm just feeling.
That was a joke roll. That was a joke roll, by the way.
Well, no,
I was just either way. I was pretending to shoot him with the wrist whip.
Well, Temperley, you jump up and try to poke him in the eye, and you accidentally poke him in one of his regular eyes.
That's
Good.
fine. He doesn't need it now.
Now he's back to 2, and everything's right in the world.
They're a little off, but you know, it's okay. It's okay.
Just lean to the left
Seriously.
a little bit.
What is wrong with you? Lean down here.
And I don't. What?
Remember, you just got poked in the eye.
Yes. I will pull out my axe and put it in front of his face so he can see his reflection.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's
Wait.
creepy.
Like I'm gonna be like trying to blink it.
It blinks when you blink.
Oh my god.
So like,
Turn to one of the like he's excited
I'm
about this. He's fucking excited about this. What the fuck is wrong with this person?
I'm trying to I'm closing one eye and then I'm closing the other eye and then I'm waiting.
Are you done?
It only blinks when you blink both your eyes.
Okay. Now that I got the mechanics. What happened?
You tell me.
There was this fishy, squiddy thingy swimming in the ocean. I'm like, ooh, look at the little friend swimming in the ocean. And then it turned over, and this big old black eye opened up. And then it was like it spit on me or something.
All right. You know what? You stay right here. Just don't move. Just don't blink. It's gross. And I will run downstairs and grab Twonk and wake him up. I'm sorry. You have got to see this. And yes, it's Valis.
It's balance.
What
Now
wind
Charge is
has-
probably reloading her gun.
It's just easier to see it than to describe it.
Look, at this point, Chadra's seen anything that Valis can throw at somebody, so she's just gonna ignore it. She's like, have fun.
Yes, Twunk does go up to see what
Mm-hmm.
has
And
transpired.
You see it.
We have a Triclops.
Is this a true eye?
I mean, he can blink it.
I'm just like sitting here, like, you know, poking the edges,
Mm-hmm.
seeing, doing the eyeball thing.
Doing the eyeball thing.
You know, where you touch your eyeball and you like
Okay,
Open
doing
it
the
Move it a
contact
little-
thing.
Do you
In the
touch your eyeball a lot?
It explains a lot.
Never mind. Please don't answer that.
I don't.
used to gross my sister out a lot.
Actually, I do have to ask this question. Like, is it just straight up like an eyeball, or does it like also have like eyelashes?
It also has eyelashes.
Does he
Also-
have actual eyelashes?
Does it match my other eyes?
No, it's not the same color. Like I said, it's all black.
Oh, it's all black. Oh,
Not
Like,
the whites,
it's-
but
it-
just the pupil.
just
Oh, okay.
Alice, are you able to close this third eye by itself?
Give me
I'm
an
just gonna-
intelligence check. But we can make it wisdom. We can make it wisdom and be nice.
Yeah, a wisdom check.
Yeah.
Aw, thank you.
See if he ends up having a hernia trying to do this.
Oh
Nope.
my god.
Ooh.
He's been playing with it enough already.
That sounds
I
really
mean, we
bad.
don't we don't
It's
need to know
supposed
that.
I could say something about his one-eyed monster, but we're not going to.
No.
Whoa.
Professional. But without thinking, he immediately closed the third eye. And then starts to slowly open it up like he's trying to peek.
Alice, I need you to listen very carefully. I know not how long this will last. It could be but a passing moment, or perhaps until your body is reunited with the ground.
Wait, so I'm gonna have this, and I'm gonna point to the eye.
He's not done.
Okay, sorry.
Believe it will be necessary for you to beginning to wear clothes upon thine head.
One of the
You
crew
don't think
members,
people will think this is cool?
one of the crew members is like, he makes a hat. Or a bandana.
It's saying the same thing.
Can he
I-
see out of the eye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it enhances my vision.
Yep. You have advantage on perception checks that rely on sight.
He
Say this because while there are many who are accustomed to seeing such wondrous, if not curious things, others may be filled with fear and regret upon seeing such a thing upon your head.
Roommates and I'll be like, yeah, it's creepy, right? It's creepy. It's creepy.
so
I am afraid that you will
Where?
create a storm if you want come into a city unprovoked.
So I should probably wear a hat.
Did you just come up with that idea on your own?
Well, I had Twonk's help.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. She'll pat you on the cheek and be like, "Yes, you did."
Just
I think what Trunk
consider
is
my
trying to
words
say is that
carefully.
people have heard of a third eye. They're just not used to seeing it.
Wait, so does this mean I'm enlightened?
Absolutely
No.
not.
Twunk says it almost pissed off.
No, that's what I heard. If you open up,
No.
Trunk, didn't you tell me something about opening up my third eye?
No.
How close is Valis to the edge of the ship?
About 4 or 5 feet.
Just enough. Valis, make a strength save.
I mean, okay. Failed.
And 5 feet you go.
Something about my third eye. Ah! Splash.
Bless.
Man overboard! Man overboard!
Plunk still fuming with his inner storm, just like turning about face and just storming off.
Life buoys are being thrown to you, Valis.
I don't know why he had pushed me on.
I totally want that same octopus to come by and like give you 4 more eyes just to fuck.
Just to fuck with Twunk.
How enlightened am I now that I have 17 eyes?
Unfortunately, 2 of those eyes are near your butt. Good luck trying to ignore everything that comes out of that.
One of them's brown.
Now,
Brown.
I get to see people coming up behind me. I got 360-degree vision.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Or
you're
you
one.
can see,
Good luck preventing infections.
or you can see just how full of shit you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have fun watching that shit. Just sitting there trying to close those eyes specifically. Oh, God, no, that's 14. Nope, that's 12. Anywho.
Everybody's just going to go back to helping everybody out
Yep.
and ignoring everything that just happened.
So, Valis, you
Actually, one extra thing that Twunk would do during that 4 days, since I just remembered, it's like druids don't have identify, but they do at least have detect magic. I'm just curious to see if either the box or the ball that was inside the box like gave any sort of magical aura.
the box, no, the ball, yes.
Okay. So then we will be identifying it with a purpose.
Yeah, I was hoping so.
There's always that off chance where it's just a very precious metal that just happened to be kept in a spherical shape in a box. So
Surrounded by lightning.
Trapped you.
I'll be alright with that too. That means we can sell it for a lot of money.
All right, who wants to roll the next one? D10.
I got it.
Trace. All right.
What extra party part is Valis going to get this time?
You'll never know.
Sadly, I don't want to find out either.
Let's see. Oops. Okie dokie. Oh, not too bad. Weather is clear, not against you or for you. You don't gain or lose any ground during this time, but it is a nice and easy sail for the next 4 days. All right, this will be
Good
the
roll.
This will be the last, I think. Yep, to get into port. So this one is only going to be a D4. All right.
You are swarmed by water spiders, and you all die on a bridge.
Goddamn
No
spiders.
spiders.
Go ahead and roll me another D4.
Copy that.
And then another D4.
That's never good.
No.
2 ships full of tiny horses.
Hmm.
4
Tiny horse
ships
pirates?
yes, exactly.
Well,
Give
we're
us
gonna
our
lose that
sugar
fight.
cubes or give us freedom! Alright.
It's sugar cube pirates.
So, with only under 5 days left of travel to get into the port of Oblal, on the second day, in the middle of the night, there's not a commotion, but something seems to cut across the crew. A sense, a feeling, a foreboding, if you will. Even those that are staying up at night. So that is Val's, Twunk, and Lorona. Everybody feels like something's off. And so Mum ends up calling one of the crew to get everyone who's awake, and should be awake during this time, to come out onto deck, and then they're going to do a sweep below deck, because something in her gut is telling her that something's off. And so, ignoring the giant third eye on Valis,
I was gonna say I could help.
she gathers everyone, including you guys, up onto the deck that should be awake during this time. And before she's about to go down below deck, she realizes that her count is off. 2 individuals that should be here for this night shift are missing.
Like missing completely off the boat or just not where they're supposed to be?
Well, currently, they should be up here, and they're not. So with that, she herself goes down and does a head count of all individuals, waking Trevor up. Does a head count on all other individuals from the day shift that are currently sleeping, and all of those check out, and there are no extra people. So it seems those 2 are missing entirely. Trevor and Mom sort of go back and forth on some possibilities and questioning. There's a thorough search in the different sections of places where cargo is kept, as well as anything in and around the missing individuals' personal effects, and everything seems to be there. It's just, they're gone.
Ooh.
One other thing
That's
that's
fine.
found is everyone's silver is missing.
Aw.
If you had any silver in your coin purses or bags or anything purely made out of silver, it is gone.
I'm good.
Oh.
Silver coated.
I'm good.
Not bad.
My knife.
We have to get rid of it.
Yep. Delete it from your
Okay.
inventory.
My knife.
It was made of silver. I think it just had silver in it.
But wouldn't that...
If it was silver tipped, silver coated, but it had enough silver on it.
So that knife would have been...
You talking about the magical knife that
Yeah.
your mom gave you?
Yeah.
No, it was a silver-like metal. It wasn't silver.
Oh. Okay. I was like...
God, that would have been funny.
No, but I do know
Never.
you had bought some silvered things. I think
Yes.
You bought silvered arrows and something else.
I bought some silver arrows and I believe the necklace.
So yeah.
How do you
and
tell if it's silver or not?
It would be specified. For most people,
Oh.
it's just going to be, silver coins.
Okay.
Chadra,
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm trying to think if anyone else would. Not Twunk. Not Tamberlay. I don't know if Valis would have paid attention to it. Yeah, just Chadra. Roll me a history check.
Roger that.
It's a leprechaun that only collects
stolen
silver. Oh,
By Long John Silver.
You would have advantage on this.
Oh,
Treasure
advantage.
goblin.
there you go.
There you go. The reason you have advantage on this is because of the stories that have been told about it. That it actually would affect some money problems for the Drow in the past. Well, not just the Drow, but the Valkyrie as well. And one of the reasons why that the Drow ended up changing all currency over to credits was to help facilitate this not becoming a problem in the future. There's stories about a certain creature or individual that lives in a very specific place. And when he makes his appearance, will take all the silver that's around. And if there's not enough silver to satiate him, he'll take whoever he can find and drag him back into the bag from which he came.
Oh.
All right.
Back into the bag.
I got a bag, man? Really?
I will relay this information
So,
to the party, to Mum, to Trevor, that's it. The important folk.
Yeah,
So we're awake now?
Everyone
That's
but
what you're saying?
Valis.
yeah, everyone's awake.
You're part of the party, dummy.
Ah, shit.
Okay.
And I'll run downstairs and get my bag of holding.
Unless
and
you
then
don't
run
want
back
to be.
upstairs. And I will reach inside and see if that box is still in there.
The box with the
The metal orb.
Luckily, it is because it's not made of silver.
Okay. Okay. What does he come out of?
Try to, you know the story of the Bagman. Does Sassy?
He comes out of the bag of holding.
Yeah.
So he would have I would relay that. I don't remember it exactly, but I'll pull it up.
He was an adventurer who ended up wanting to keep all the loot for himself and not his party, and he ended up hiding in his own bag of holding while the party perished. And since no one was there to open the bag and let him out, he ended up just living in the bag and ended up becoming part of that.
When he tried to leave, though, he became lost amidst a constantly increasing number of extra-dimensional storage spaces. Over time, the strange forces of this magical in-between place transformed the adventurer into a monstrous creature. Now every night, the bagman slips out from a random bag of holding. If he doesn't find his home, he drags someone back into the bag with him and leaves behind some trinket from his hidden kingdom of lost junk. Some say that if you speak too loudly over an open bag of holding or whisper, "Follow my voice" into a magical storage space 3 times, the bagman will come for you. Shut the fuck up, Valis. Any character might know the story. That's literally how she would have read that.
I was just about to say, wait.
So I will run back downstairs where I had my bag.
Mhm.
Is there anything extra down there?
Make a investigation check.
I'm not good at these.
I'm sorry, you asked for it.
I'm very not good at these.
You don't find anything.
Well,
I would recommend that everybody look for something that seems
So everybody
like
do
it doesn't belong. That's what I would tell the party is Chandra is, maybe go through your belongings and see if there's something that doesn't belong.
I'll look.
look immediately at Valis to see if he has another eye or something.
Everyone who's searching, make investigation checks.
We're all searching.
Woohoo!
One of these things is not like the others. One of
Wow.
these things just
12, 13,
does
14,
not
15.
belong. I'm no reason not to use guidance, so
Monkey messed it up.
21.
13, 13, 12. 15, 14, 13, 12.
Mm-hmm.
Valis, go ahead and roll me a d6.
E6 coming up.
Okie dokie.
3.
All right. Chandra.
Yes.
You find inside your things. Hold on, let me get the correct.
Tiny horse.
Best trade ever. No, you find a little figurine. It's 6 inches tall. They seem to be made of some sort of like clay-like material.
That was supposed to be private, Val. We weren't supposed to talk about this.
Not that
Wow.
one, not the glass one.
Oh, shit. Sorry. My bad.
Clay-like material that are realistically and brightly painted. This one is holding what looks to be a small knife in its hand. Seems to have a green headdress on. And in its other hand, seems to be holding a shepherd's crook.
Okay. I will take it and show it to the party.
Good for you. You got a doll.
I didn't have it before.
Well, now you do.
Do you think it's one of those missing people?
I'll go up to Mum. Show it to her.
She has no clue.
Okay. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's like the worst fucking troll doll ever. Did you put it in? Did you put it in general,
No.
or just send it to me? Okay.
I mean, you're showing it to everyone, so I could put
Yeah,
it there.
I'll put it there. It's fine.
I got it.
Oh, you have a picture of it. Oh,
You beat me by a second.
Wow.
It's like
Hey,
those
I
little
remember
fucking those little things from Moana.
I remember that shepherd's hook.
No, you don't.
Oh, well, Tamberley doesn't.
It's weird.
But Vera does.
You know, just to be on the safe, or yeah, just like maybe doing a baby detect magic just to see, just in case.
What's the difference between a baby and a full blown? It's like I'm doing detect magic over here technically, and then I'm just peeking over there for a little bit.
Yes, Trevor glows.
It's technically magical, but that's probably because of where it came rather than it being innately magical.
Okay,
It's good. It's got a little magic dust still on it, but no enchantments to it
it's
specifically.
covered in magic, but not made of magic.
Exactly.
It appears to be harmless. Oh,
I don't know,
it
it's hurting my
shall
feelings right now.
stand as a memory of what has been lost.
Let me. I don't like this at all.
What if we put the totem in the bag of holding?
Do you really want to,
Nope.
return a gift to an extra dimensional being?
No.
No, I didn't like it. Can I trade it for something else?
Can I have a new one?
Yeah,
We
this one's
traded for
creepy.
last week's Happy Meal toy.
Yeah, the
You don't
entire
have the-
boat paid good silver for that figurine.
I know. And 2 bodies.
Oh man, as a player and as a curious fucking person, I have a theory, but I don't know if I want to do it.
Do it.
Go ahead.
The bag of holding is not up here, right? It's down in your room,
Tam
Tamberley?
has it right in her hands.
I have it right now.
Tamberley, go put the bag of holding away.
Alright. And I'll go put it back next to my bunk.
I want to be far enough away from it that the bag of the holding cannot hear me.
Are you gonna whisper to that thing?
And I'm going to whisper to the statue 3 times. Follow
No.
my voice.
Oh my god.
You just see Lorona and fucking Tamberley just like, oh no, fuck this.
No, God,
Running in
no,
opposite
don't do
directions.
that. No.
I told you, it's a bad idea and I'm a curious person. I'm sorry.
Yes, don't do it anyway.
I did it. I said it. I did it.
Yeah, he already did it.
You gotta say it
It's
3
done.
times.
I said it 3 times.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you actually say it for me 3 times?
Don't do it.
She says, follow my voice. Follow my voice. Follow my voice.
The dagger drops from its hand.
We're screwed.
All right.
And it just think into the deck.
Okay. I'll pick up the dagger.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Oh, I will not pick up the dagger.
Like, buddy, you dropped this. Oh, wow.
I will... I don't want to just leave the thing there, but at the same time I do, because I'm afraid what's going to happen.
Anybody got a cork or something that we could just put on top of it?
Oh, it's going to be creepy, too, because it's going to, like, crawl out of its ear hole or something.
Ugh.
Ugh, I don't like this.
Why'd you do it?
Because I'm a curious person!
Or it's
Chandra sees a thing and she wants to figure it out. You guys hid the silver ball. I wasn't allowed to look at that. Oh,
It was in my bag. I get to choose what I do with it.
I know. Ooh. Yeah, I'll, I don't know if I should, but I'm... So it just dropped the dagger just like, its hand opened slightly and it dropped, or it just fell out?
Well, as
Like-
as everyone kind of like watched the dagger impact, and now you look back at the doll itself, its arm is a little bit lower, and the hand is open as if it's ready to pick something up.
Maybe you should let it pick it up. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh.
Hold on. It took a bunch of silver, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have anything silver left on the boat.
Nope.
Can I... Give me 1 second. Tori.
His other hand rotates and it suddenly has a watch.
Its mouth opens up. Doo, 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 doo.
Oh, I don't have a dagger. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm going to take out a gold coin and I'm gonna try and put it in its hand
Okay. Cool
and
coin
see
out.
if it.
Try to put it in the hand. Doesn't react at all.
Okay. What if I put it in its hand up to the dagger that it dropped?
You reach down and try and like put the hand like holding the totem, like try to get it to grasp the dagger as if it was holding it like in the picture. It doesn't react.
You broke it.
No, I think I activated it is the problem.
Mhm.
We're gonna have a
Are you
Chucky
telling me that this
situation.
little thing is going to be running around killing people now?
Make a
Mhm.
I'm not gonna say people, but
Chucky.
I'm there's a high probability that it could be specifically person.
the one holding her.
Yeah.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Yep, that's a good idea. I'm gonna do that while I ponder my life's choices on something else.
Trying to get the hand to grab the dagger as it originally was, because the arm's not in the same position anymore. It's slightly rotated down, and the wrist is rotated. You get a good sense that if you place like the totem down on the ground, it looks like it would be picking up the dagger from the deck. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I was thinking of doing. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is literally what I was trying to figure out. Because my next option was gonna be I was gonna try and put my hand like on its hand, but I'll
Gotcha.
set it on the deck next to the dagger.
Okay. Yeah, it takes us a bit to like find the right spot for it to like match up correctly. But you do end up finding it, and you kind of like place it and then like slide it forward. And as soon as you do, it picks up the dagger and just goes invisible. And you hear.
Oh my god.
I hate you. I hate you.
Hey guys. I
We
just
are
want to
not
say,
sleeping.
yeah.
I immediately run downstairs and make sure that my bag is okay.
Actually, Twunk is going.
Give me an
Twunk is
athletics
going
check.
to.
Athletics?
Yep.
Actually, Twunk is going to like turn on his dragon form, and he's gonna actively see if he can hear that thing. Cause
Chandra has blind sight, or blind fighting, so if it gets within 10 feet of me, I have blind sight.
Well, you feel it go 10 feet away from you and down into the cargo hold.
Oh no.
As Tamberlay is bolting her way down there.
I'm bolting towards the bag of holding.
It moves faster than you do.
Yeah, no, I figured it does,
Mhm.
but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try.
Luckily, Tamberlay is in. Even with this ship being smaller, it's still more than enough room for her, so she's able to go full speed without any problem.
Yep.
So Tamberlay, you run and get to your bag of holding, and as you're picking it up, you feel something tug hard at the bottom of it.
Oh, don't you fucking dare.
Oh
Are you
no.
gonna try to kick it?
Does a 21 hit?
Of course it does.
Alright. The tugging stops on the back, but you take 5 points of piercing damage as you feel this something get shoved deep into your leg, your upper thigh, like on the outside of your left upper thigh. And it's just a quick in and out as you're like yanking the bag up and out of the air.
Is there any way that I can, like, as a reaction, try to grab at it while it's happening?
Be disadvantage. And
Sure. How do I do that?
This is going to actually be a dex.
Dex at
Twunk
disadvantage?
able to follow this at all?
You can hear it, yeah.
I mean, not bad.
You know what?
You reach out to try and grab it and catch air.
I don't know if this was actually actively like heard or not. I don't know if my microphone was working.
Last I heard from you was, am I following this? That's about it.
No, before that. What was the last thing that people heard me say?
I don't remember.
You
Activating the
yeah, you're activating the thing to listen for.
Yeah, I
it.
was heard. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
In which
no
case,
rage.
Tunk is going to again try to see if he can hear it, like hear where it's gone, if it's still moving around.
After you guys get down here and with Tamberlay, and you guys see Tamberlay like finishing up the swing that she did to try and grab it, and she's bleeding out the side of her leg and holding the bag of holding in the other hand. There is no movement currently. Nothing that can be heard, at least. Or felt by Chandra's blind fighting.
Can I take a swing at it? Oh, I don't know if I can.
You have no idea where it's at.
Right.
It has passed elsewhere, or it has stopped moving.
Well, you stop stabbing and stop trying to steal my shit.
like being this close to the bag of holding right now.
Well, that little motherfucker tried to steal my bag of holding.
Or open it.
Yeah, either way, it shouldn't be near it at all.
Yeah,
It's not something I
Chadra-
can just go buy a new one. It's expensive.
Chadra's gonna go topside. She's not gonna be near the bag of holding.
Okay.
Does anyone know if another member of this crew owns a bag of holding?
No, Trevor wouldn't allow it.
Said that.
What? Ooh. Magical creature, probably not gonna work. Never mind. We could put the bag of holding in the crow's nest.
Why would I do that?
Because that would limit the amount of ways that this thing could get to it. There'd be one way, and that's up the mast that leads to the
I can
crow's
also
nest.
sit in a corner with the bag of holding, and it'll have one way to get to it, through me. We have a couple more days on this ship.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I mean, doesn't sound good, but
I mean,
sounds
like,
At all.
it sounds like a choice.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
It wasn't
Chadra's-
Valis this time.
Of course not. It was one of the twins.
Naughty twins.
So, with that,
Don't say it like that. That just sounds wrong.
Sorry.
That sounds like
Sorry.
that sounds
sounds
like
like-
a search term.
I believe that's a
Yeah.
genre.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
so with that,
Anyways,
Tam, how do you want to facilitate this for the next 2 days worth of travel?
Well, it's obviously going to be on me the entire time. And when I sleep, I will have it looped over my shoulder. It's a satchel. And it will be behind me while I sleep in a corner, with my back to the corner.
Okay. All
I
right. then.
am not sleeping down below
yeah,
decks near
Lorena's
the
gonna
bag.
stay awake too.
Oh, you better
Yeah.
get your ass down here and help me guard this, since you're the one that started this.
How about no?
Your conscience, not mine.
So the first night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not afraid of what's trying to go into the bag. I'm afraid of what'll come out of the bag. So the first night.
So the first night.
You know, as long as we keep our eyes on the security cameras at all times, but also maintaining our power.
It's invisible.
um,
Good reference.
the first night comes and goes.
I mean, I get rest.
And as the morning arrives, it's met with a bit of commotion. As below deck, there's always the sort of constant trickle of seawater that seems to persist below deck. mainly just from the spray that will find its way down here. This time it's crimson.
The water is crimson?
Yes.
Is it
And it's-
water?
Not only water.
Oh boy, there's a body, isn't there?
As the commotion gets a little bit louder and you all move out from your secluded section of sleeping arrangements in the below deck, there are two bodies that have been moved, or one's currently getting moved and the second one is already above deck. And unfortunately, they had been killed during their sleep, and so some blood traveled into nooks and crannies, and now as the waves get a little bit choppier and the ship starts rocking a little bit more, that's now mixing with the salt water and spreading across the lower deck.
Crimson Tide.
And are these two new crew members that are killed, or are they the ones that had gone missing?
Two new ones.
It's at the morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, hold on. I'm just seeing if I can. I'm at least gonna test this because otherwise, this is gonna be a very sad situation.
Hunter's mark. No.
Yeah.
I wish, but that's not a druid spell.
Somehow Twunk has Hunter's mark and Valis doesn't.
Malice still does not.
But what he is going to do is, like, on this day, he is going to at least test to see if maybe this will work on this thing, because he doesn't actually know if it's a creature.
Mhm.
So he's actually going to prepare and cast, like, a locate object.
Okay. And what do
Since he at least saw the object before it decided to turn invisible.
Yeah, it is not considered an object now.
Right.
But its dagger is.
You see,
Yeah.
like, I can't just say, because it was just like a generic dagger, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And see, if I say dagger, then that's just gonna, like, light everybody's daggers up like a Christmas tree.
Right. What about its
It looks
shepherd's
like
hook?
anyone.
I mean, I guess I have the spell slot, so
Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, go ahead.
yeah, I'll try one more second level spell slot just to see if I can find the shepherd's hook.
Okay. It is pinging. And it's
From
pinging
the bag.
close by. Not from the bag, but from the person who's holding the bag. Specifically in her hair.
My God, it's been living in my hair.
Oh, nightmares.
It isn't there, but the shepherd's crook is.
It's dead. Monk is going to reach into Tamberlay's hair to pull out the hook.
Yep.
And that's when Tamberlay finds out that it was in her hair at one point.
Yep.
I mean, I did sleep. I mean, I will go to I'll be, this is stupid, and I'm blaming this on you. And I will go to Trevor and hand him the bag. Be like, I don't want to lose this bag, but it's worth losing if the crew stays alive. I don't want to be responsible for any more deaths.
I mean, I understand, but
And I will turn the bag inside out.
okay. So everything that you have
Yep,
in the bag
everything.
just starts pouring out on top
There's
of the
not
deck.
besides Shadra's shit, there's not that much stuff in it.
So like 10 pounds of gunpowder just flop onto the deck, and
I
Bunch of
mean, they're in a
explosive stuff.
container. Yeah.
the gunpowder is just in little bags.
Yeah.
I mean,
Then the pre-packed like explosives, yeah, those just dump out as well.
I mean,
And Trevor goes, "All right, and now what?" I don't understand what you're trying. What do you want me to do with this?
I don't know.
Do you think I know?
I'm
I think if it wanted
just-
your bag, it would have already gotten your bag, or at least attempted, rather than just killing people. I think it might be here for a different agenda.
like what?
I don't know. I am just in this as much as you are, but I can at least put together the fact that it killed people who had nothing to do with your bag. And
All
seeing
right.
as how this thing came out of your bag, I don't think that your bag is the thing of its desire.
All right. I mean, I just wanted to make sure something. I don't know what. I don't want people dying over this fucking bag.
I
But
believe
I'll-
that's a bit out of the context of possibility at this point.
All
Is,
right. But I'll turn it right side out and put everything back in slowly.
Audra, is there any other aspect of this legend you spoke of that you may have omitted?
No, that's all the information I have that I can remember.
Make an intelligence check, Chandra.
Oh boy. That was insight. Shit. There.
One better. You're getting a good sense that you're having two separate things here. That the token that the bad man left behind is doing something of its complete own accord, rather than it being a bagman specific situation. Because nothing of your teachings ever talked about the bagman continuing on or doing other things with those around it after it had attacked them, unless they did something like tell it to follow you or say its name.
Again, yeah.
It's like, where are the bodies currently being kept?
The two bodies are on top deck right now. They're getting prepared to be cast overboard.
Do they, mostly out of the player's curiosity, but perhaps it's relevant, but like, like, is there like anything that seems to be in common between the two of them, or does it really just seem like,
I mean,
well, these are the two that died?
They're both human, but one's a little bit older, one's a little bit younger, different colored hair, different heights. They slept pretty close to each other. That's probably the most commonality of it. Beyond that,
They're both uncircumcised.
You can tell just by looking.
that's the main way you tell.
I was gonna say.
Well, I mean, there is a couple of other ways to figure it out, but
No fondling of dead bodies, Valis.
Shin performs the oral method.
Ah. Well, he's got 3 eyes that he has to close now if he wants to try that method.
I mean, the only thing I can do is, or think to do.
Make a medicine check. Twonk. Go ahead, Judge.
No, I'm pondering an idea, and
Checking over the bodies, Twonk. You see the little knife wounds, and it's two stabs directly into the jugular.
So efficient.
And with your check, you didn't get to see the little figurine too much before it did its thing, but actually, Valis,
yes.
give me a
dexterity saving throw.
medicine check as well. Valis, does a 27 hit?
Chucky doll falls from the crow's nest.
But Twonk, it does seem to be about the length of the little dagger that you saw. The incisions inside. Just long enough to get into the jugular. Valis, with some of your past dealings with certain creatures, this gets very... Just the way that everything is playing out is very reminiscent of some akin creatures to those that you were looking for. That you
Like werewolf?
Those are the creatures that you were looking for.
Yes. So we're creatures.
To a degree. More like their enemies.
Oh.
Just haven't put it together.
Well, vampires?
There you go.
Is this ship's name the Demeter?
No.
Well, no, it's actually the Dimitri, but after that last storm, one of the letters fell off. So.
That's what fucked it all up.
Wow.
Does Valis
Gonna-
say anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna relay that back to Twunk and everybody else.
When you say everybody else, what do you mean?
Whoever's around.
Okay.
He means the party.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
was
words
assuming
matter,
that-
but I know what Valis means.
I don't want him like shouting, "There might be a vampire on board!" and freaking everybody the fuck
vampire
out.
on board, guys.
And that feels very much like a Valis thing to do.
Yeah.
My hearing's
does.
not all the way back yet.
We got an evil bloodsucker of the night on board. Yeah, no,
Valis'
I
name in
will.
high school.
We've got a tiny bloodsucker, or a normal sized bloodsucker, or
Oh,
a doll and
How shitty would that be? A Chucky and a vampire?
Jeez.
It would be us,
Yeah.
if anybody.
Or someone turned into a vampire at the last city you were in.
Remember, kids, don't play with dolls.
Just collect them.
I'm just preparing us
leave them
for
in the
October,
package.
okay?
Spoopy
Great.
love.
This is why I love September.
Why? Because people get killed on ships a lot?
No, because it's his birthday month.
No, it's spoopy season, but also my birthday month.
That's
And my
a-
birthday month just happens to be right before spooky season.
Anyway,
So with that, Valis tells you that
people are dying. Who cares about your birthday right now?
Valis tells you all that this is reminiscent to some vampire stuff that he came across in the past.
Well then.
And with that, if nothing else is going to happen, the bodies are going to be wrapped up and a few words said before.
We should stab the heart. Just in
What?
case. Stake the heart.
You going to tell that to Trevor?
Yes.
Okay. Trevor's going
Cut
to
off
be
the
like,
head.
Trevor's going to be like, why?
Isn't that how you kill vampires?
Vampires? What?
You didn't tell him.
This
Hold on.
believes that the all that has been lost and going about has some sort of connection to vampire activities.
You telling me right now there's a fucking undead vampiric little doll running around on my ship?
Possibly.
Well,
By the way,
Actually
we
pauses
both
for a moment.
in game said that at the same time.
what are you saying, Twunk?
Pauses for a moment. Would you happen to perhaps have the ability to detect such a thing and confirm it?
It'd be a little obvious if I try that right now, with the entire crew just kind of, and you and him both kind of turn to the rest of the deck and see pretty much the entire crew looking in your guys' direction, like, why did they stop this? Kind of watching us right now.
Well, I mean, I might be able to do something.
It's not so much
I
about
don't
doing
know.
the something, it's about making it known that you're doing the something.
It's about panicking the crew.
Yeah, and
Actually,
Okay.
you know what? It's like my apologies. I wished to speak on the sailor's behalf. And so Monk is going to go up to the front and he is going to start telling a cross between a eulogy and a tribe legend.
Okay. The crew are very perplexed as to what and why you're saying it, and are lost about 2 sentences in because of Twunk speak.
Is anyone proficient in hook speak?
But Twunk will keep going. And
Babel-
maybe they're not watching the captain.
Yeah, he knows why you're
Ballast?
trying to do it. It's just he's still trying to grasp with how am I supposed to stake this fucker in the heart without everyone knowing. And I'm gonna have him roll real quick. Okay, he's got a little bit of training
What?
on vampires, so he knows that throwing them in the ocean will be okay.
Yeah, because open water.
Yeah. So,
Open flowing water.
Oh, they can't cross.
Yeah, Mr. Vampire Expert.
Actually, he's not a vampire expert.
he's
He's a werewolf. He's a werewolf expert.
Well, currently you've presented yourself like a vampire expert, and a very incompetent one at that. Nix would be proud.
Oh, this gives me
Oh, God.
campaign 1 vibes. Or no, Halberd vibes, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm an expert
don't
on
you
these
mean
things.
baby vibes?
Oh, well, you're not Nyx, so no.
Somebody put baby in a corner.
Yeah, his sisters.
Yeah, they
What
did.
sister?
Halberd's sister.
Halbert,
Oh.
not you.
Let me see.
Both of them.
Okay, so he's gonna use his divine sense. No, he cannot sense the little fucker.
I just want to know why it's shepherd's ripples in my hair.
Because I was trying to tame that beast.
Well,
Oh,
you're gonna be
Earl,
the
you
first
need
to
some
ask
help.
guy. Yeah, I know.
But no, at some point during your eulogy legend, you'll take eyes back at him, and he'll give you the shake of the head that no, he can't sense anything.
In which case, and so, as it is known by all, water turns to waves, wave comes to the beach, and then the waves return to the ocean from whence they came. And so these two shall do the same.
The crew just like looking between each other as it ends and you stop talking. And then one of them just kind of like pipes up from the back. And what does that have to do with the seeds and the bumblebees and the pollen?
And does that mean that they're gonna come back?
Valis, you feel a mage hand go over your face.
Nope, it's just actually Chadra's hand.
Yeah, it is. You're right. But I used mage
mage's
hand. I
It's
magically moved my hand over his mouth.
And it's holding a rag with chloroform in it.
Oh, God.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be her wrist whip barrel.
No, you won't hear that. That's coming from the right side.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I want to imagine, mostly because I know the crew's reaction, but I want to hear it. Just like, well, I could explain that. You see.
No,
Trevor-
that's fine.
Trevor's just like, and so to the water we commend our brothers.
Fair wind and following seas.
And with that, him and Mum on opposite sides of the ship will drop them off. Nope, your mouth's still covered.
Yeah.
And so with that, we'll go ahead and end the session there. After burial at sea. And
Can't say we didn't live up to our name, guys.
it's an internal battle that you guys have every session that you feel like you need to succeed at.
Living up to our name?
Yep.
Absolutely.
So far, have a pretty good record. All right, any questions before we go?
Nope.
Nope.
Lots, but you can't answer them, so.
Alrighty, y'all. Well, thanks for being with me, and you guys have a great night.
Bye.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
And thank you to all of you that have stayed with us. Thursday, 9 p.m. PST, Group 1 continues on with their journey. They have delved into the cave and have possibly found a further entrance to go further into the ruins. So we'll see what they do with that. If you can't be there with us for Thursday, then the RFI that was supposed to be yesterday is getting pushed out to this next Saturday coming up. 9:30 p.m. PST, RFI, Roll for Insight, is our little talk show where characters talk to players, technically, characters can talk to characters, and the players can talk to one another, and also talk to me, ask me questions, ask each other questions about situations and everything, and we're open to chat and chat's questions as well. If you can't be for there either Thursday or Saturday, Sunday, Bad Decisions comes back to deal with their vampiric Chucky doll that is terrorizing their ship for the last couple days of their travel, and that'll be at 9:30 p.m. PST on Sunday. So, you have 3 times to catch us, and I might be streaming throughout the week, possibly making maps and doing things like that. So definitely swing by, hang out with us, and we'll have some fun. But other than that, have a great night, stay safe, and we'll see you next time.